Your child is beautiful. Your child is special. Your child deserves the very best tools designed to stimulate their intellectual growth. Your child deserves Cube of Wood. Child growth experts have refined Cube of Wood over decades. Cube of Wood is not simply a toy, it is a learning tool. A window through which your child is introduced to the very laws of nature. Drop Cube of Wood. Where does it go? Cube of Wood goes down. Physics. What mark does it make on the wall? Color. Bite Cube of Wood. Does Cube of Wood yowl when bitten? Sound. Studies have shown more interactive a toy, less child can learn from playing with it. Rock band drum kit? Danger! No! Drum pads make noise when struck. On-screen representation flashes a bright color corresponding to the struck drum's circumference. This could permanently damage your child's ability to play with non-interactive objects. Sound puzzle board? Danger! No! Puzzle pieces must be rotated exactly right to fit. Cube of Wood would never make your baby feel like a failure. Baby UI, danger! No! By rewarding the touch of an iPad screen with colorful shapes emitted at the point of contact, your child may form emotional attachment to the device. Will your baby stop loving you? After 5 minutes alone with Cube of Wood, your child will appreciate all the more your loving embrace. Cube of Wood, what your child needs.
On question period, Alderman Marr.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have a quick question, and perhaps maybe someone in transportation can explain. I went to a rally outside of City Hall on Saturday, and there was a city transit vehicle that we used to escort one of the parties out of the downtown core. I'm curious as to whether or not that what the rationale was, and if there was any implications as far as taxpayer dollars.
Thank you, Worship. I also noted that. I'm not sure that we did. We frequently get requests from emergency services to provide vehicles to at fires and different things like that. I'm not sure whether that was charged back to the group that was organizing the rally, but I can certainly follow up with that with you today.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you, Your Worship. And for the record, it was a very disappointing moment for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Marr. Anyone else for question period? On the agenda, then, I'll take a motion to move the agenda. Thanks, Alderman Keating. Do I have a seconder? Anyone? Thanks, Alderman Putmans. It's Monday morning. Just getting started. Okay. Alderman Stevenson on the agenda.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to request that we bring 10.1, the verbal report on the negotiations with the Airport Authority, bring it forward and have it before we deal with the update 6.1.4.
Before or after, Alderman Stevenson?
We should have it before so that Council can hear the in-camera report first.
All right, so we'll call it 6.1.4 and we'll change the existing 6.1.4 to 6.1.4A.
Okay.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that, please? Thanks, Alderman McLeod. Are we agreed? Any opposed? All right. Next, Alderman Chabot.
Thank you, Your Worship. I did want to add something, but the in-camera items listed on the agenda may actually cover it, although I couldn't find GP 2011-09 in my agenda. And I'm just wondering if that's the one that will deal specifically for the request to appoint somebody to Transmission Facility Cost Monitoring Committee.
Your Worship, those reports will be handed out once council confirms the agenda as normal. They're the in-camera reports. They're there.
Oh, they are there. Oh, it's GP.
Yeah, and I have the report in front of me, and I don't recall whether or not that was the one that specifically dealt with that issue.
Nomination report, Your Worship. So it is.
No, I did not.
It's a nomination report?
Nomination for specifically that committee, I would assume.
Yes.
Okay, well, in the event that it isn't, Your Worship, we'd like to ensure that we have an opportunity to debate that particular issue.
At 10.5A, under the in-camera portion, update from GPT.
And I do have some copies of a draft letter that I would like to have submitted. Thank you, Your Worship.
All right, no problem. Let's go through the procedure on that. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman McLeod. Are we agreed? Very well. Alderman Farrell.
Thank you. I'm trying to find the number of the bylaw, but I've been asked by Alderman Collier-Cart. She's stuck in a snowstorm in Oyen. If I could,
1.2 fluoride, right?
thank you. If she asked if we could move that to the end of the agenda. I'm not sure if she'll be here for that vote, but she'd like to be if she could.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Thank you.
Just before in camera or after? Up to you, Alderman Farrell.
I think she asked if it could be the end, so.
Very, very end. Okay. So we'll move that to a new item, I don't know, just before item 11. Go ahead and Alderman Pincott, your second. All right, thanks. Are we agreed? Any opposed? All right, carried. Alderman Marr, you have an item of urgent business to bring forward. CSS. CPS 2011-19. All right, in that case, I will accept a motion if someone is kind enough to make one to add 3 in-camera personnel items, please.
So moved.
Thanks, Alderman Pincott. Alderman Jones, are we agreed? Okay. No. I want you to put the FCSS on the agenda.
Oh,
it's an item
sorry.
of urgent business.
Okay, sorry. I thought you were.
Would you like to get up and do that?
Yes, I would. Sorry, Your Worship. Monday and all that. So at this time, I would like to move that we add 3 items to the FCSS from the FCSS agenda to council at this time. Thank you.
Alderman Lowe, there we go. So we're adding the CPS 2011-19, the FCSS report as 9.1 under urgent business. I think Alderman Pincott seconded that. Are we agreed? Any opposed? Okay. Any other changes to the agenda? I think Alderman Hodges is no longer adding the item of urgent business, right, Alderman Hodges? That's going to go to the next meeting. LPT report, Alderman Chabot?
Thank you, Worship. You'll have to refresh my memory.
It's the one on the LRV refurbishments, Alderman Chabot.
Oh, yes,
the committee
that's
sent
right.
forward.
Yeah, if we could add that item.
Okay, great.
Or LPT. What was the number of that?
It's 2011-28.
2011-28. Thank you.
Was sent out as a late cover on Friday, and I'll second it.
Okay, thanks, Alderman Hodges. So to add that one is 9.2 under urgent business. Are we agreed?
Agreed.
Any opposed? Carried. Anyone else? No, I think that's it. Okay, so then on the motion to accept the agenda as...
Your Worship.
Oh, sorry, Alderman Chabot, go ahead.
So we did cover everything, including the screen sheeted item?
The green sheeted item, Alderman Hodges is going to bring forward to the next meeting.
Okay. Thank you,
Okay.
Your Worship.
All right then. So on the agenda as amended, are we agreed? Very well then. Thank you. Confirmation of minutes. Can I have a motion to accept both sets of minutes, please? Thanks, Alderman Marr. Alderman Jones is seconding. Any comments, editorial changes on the agenda? Alderman Chabot.
Just one question, Your Worship. It's in regards to the second set of minutes, where who moved it? It's listed as being moved by Alderman McLeod, I believe. I know that I had some amendments to make. And
What page are you on, Alderman Chabot?
I'm sorry, page 4 of 36. It says confirmation moved by Alderman Jones, seconded by Alderman McLeod. And these changes were changes that I had identified that I believe you had said that they could be moved as friendly amendments. So I'm just curious as to whether or not it was indeed Alderman Jones and Alderman McLeod that moved it. I'd just like confirmation of that from Madam Clerk.
I do know, Madam Clerk. Yeah, we could. I think if I recall correctly, and my memory is a little fuzzy, but if I recall correctly, I think the clerk said that these were editorial changes and they would just get inserted into the motion.
So they would have been moved then still by Alderman Jones
Exactly.
at that point.
All right then. What we could do is, if your council is concerned about it, we could not approve these minutes today, and do ask that the tape be checked and brought back to us if you like. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. You would have just put them into the motion. Okay, that's what I figured.
Okay. Well, the changes are reflected in the minutes, if nothing else, so at
you're
least
okay?
the minutes will be accurate. So
Okay.
thank you, Your Worship.
We can leave it then. Thank you. Alderman Demong?
Just a typo, it would seem we've got a Keating's cousin here on page 23 of 36.
23 of 36.
Alderman J. Keating. Thanks.
Thanks. We'll catch that one. We'll find out who Jay Keating is later, Alderman Keating. Alderman Pincott?
Your Worship, I actually, when the meetings were distributed, the minutes were distributed, initially, I had identified one of my votes that was recorded wrong, and I had emailed clerks to identify that, but I haven't actually had a chance to go through the minutes to see if that has been changed.
Do you remember where it is, Alderman Pincott?
And
what it was about?
I believe it was in the secondary suites, was it?
Your Worship, yes, it was.
Okay, thank you.
I think what council has to realize is we post the minutes as quickly as we can for the administration.
Right.
And it's not that the votes are irrelevant, but they're looking for the context of the motions.
Yeah.
So those are up very quickly.
Okay.
And then they go back and do another reread.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. All right, then. So, on the minutes, are we agreed? Very well, then. Can we go to the consent agenda? Can I get a motion to move the consent agenda, please? Thanks, Alderman Lowe. Seconded, Alderman McLeod. Discussion on the consent agenda. Alderman Hodges?
Yes, Your Worship. Given the recent publicity about the Alberta Land Stewardship Act on the provincial scene, I'd just like to pull that one out, IGA 2011-09, and have a brief discussion of it later in this morning's meeting.
Sure. Why don't we just do that at the end of the consent agenda? We'll do it right now, since we don't have another IGA report coming. Okay. No problem. Anything else? All right, then. On the consent agenda, I suppose we actually need to properly amend it, don't we, Alderman Hodges? Do we need to do that, Madam Clerk, or do we just pull it?
I would like you to do an amendment, only because when we go to the video, there will be linkage in all of those.
Right.
So if we have the motions that explain.
Okay, so Alderman Hodges is moving to pull item, oh gosh, what was it, 5.6 out. Yes. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Keating. Are we agreed?
Agreed.
Any opposed? Carried. The rest of the consent agenda then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. So then we'll go to item 5.6, which is the Land Stewardship Act. Alderman Hodges, did you want to say anything about that? And then I can give a little bit of an update if I remember.
Okay, very good, Your Worship. Well, several of the, all I can comment on is several of the candidates that appear to be in the running for succeeding Premier Stelmach have mentioned this as an issue. I don't doubt it is an issue in the Bow River Basin area in southern Alberta, but nowhere in this report does anybody mention that it is an issue for the province, notwithstanding it received approval in 2009. So I think all I'm saying, Your Worship, is the next time we get a report on this, would somebody please put at least a paragraph in about the intent of some of candidates, and indeed probably some other MLAs, to bring this back to the legislature for review. And I think there might be some proposed new legislation, amendments coming into the spring session of the, what would I know, but the spring the spring session of the legislature to amend the Alberta Land Stewardship Act. And if you have some updated information, it would be good to know.
Mr. Tobert, then me.
Thank you, Your Worship. If we had not had a resignation or intended resignation from the Premier, I think the timing that you suggested earlier, Alderman Hodges, would have been accurate, that they might have been introducing amendments in the spring session. However, given that there's going to be a change in leadership, all bets are off. And so at this point, we believe what's going to happen is there will be spring public consultation, which is basically just a holdover gesture, waiting for the leadership issue to be resolved. And then after the leadership issue is resolved, one could expect a review of this, perhaps redirection. So we're really, if you look on the report, page 1 of 2 of 2011-09, on the right-hand column, second paragraph, full paragraph, it ends up saying, further updates will be provided when they occur. And so we're basically just going to watch and wait for now, Your Worship. I don't believe it's intended to bring any kind of update during the leadership review, because that's really just politics as usual. We're going to wait until the House resits and then we get firm direction. Thank you.
And if I may add, it is very, very accurate that this has become a hot button political issue, particularly among the PC leadership and the Wildrose Alliance Party. Have they changed their name yet? Anyway. And in my ongoing discussions with provincial party leaders, it has come up a little bit in our conversations as sort of an underlying thing, but I don't know that anyone has actually released any policy yet on what they want to do about it. So I think what Mr. Tobert is saying is exactly right. And the point of this recommendation is, in fact, just to direct administration to keep an eye on this issue and report back once things start to solidify.
Just a further question, and I think this did get royal assent, but perhaps through the chair, Mr. Tully, if you could check later this week, if this act actually got royal assent in 2009, it possibly did.
You know? Mr. Tully?
Your Worship, I believe. Sorry, Your Worship, I believe that it did, but I will check, Your Worship, and advise Alderman Hodges later in the day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Tully. And my understanding is, as you said, the provincial government they've been sort of of two minds about this. They've stated that they are willing to review it, but not really change it. So this is obviously an open issue for the leadership, and the different candidates have very different points of view. One of them has actually, she sort of suggested that it be repealed, and then she backed off and said, no, not repealed, just not enforced. And then I don't know where that stands now, so it's very much an active file. Thank you. Can I please have a motion then to take the administration recommendation on this one? Thanks, Alderman Lowe. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Keating. I saw you nod, so I'm going with that. Alderman Stevenson. Sorry, we'll do Alderman Stevenson. Okay, any further discussion on this? All right, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. All right. That takes us then to City Manager's Report 611, 2011. Yes? Oh, I thought we did already. Yeah, we did. We did before we did this. No problem. 2011 municipal property tax rates. Alderman Marr.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, Madam Clerk, I have sent you something this morning, which is in 3 parts, if I could get it on the screen. Your Worship, I understand that we have an opportunity now with the provincial government not taking its full portion of the municipal tax rate. We have an opportunity, I think, to reinvest in Calgarian infrastructure. At this time, I would like to, Madam Clerk, if I could get it. Your Worship. Okay, sorry. Essentially, sorry? It is the worst font, isn't it? I know. I don't even remember which one that's called, but if we could change it, that'd be fine, and make it bigger. So essentially, what I'd like to do is create an opportunity for us, number one, to set the tax rate bylaw at 4.4%. Number two is to ensure that the $42 million of revenue that we have, this opportunity is used to invest in community infrastructure, that we use up to $15 million annually for 30 years to fund a new central public library, and also the Triple P procurement for 4 recreational centers throughout the City of Calgary. And the remaining money in B to be used to provide for life cycle and new infrastructure. Is it too small? It's still too small, isn't it? I can re-email it and maybe make it bigger. And then finally, also to refer the entire budget discussion to involve public input at the Standing Policy of Community Services and Protective Services on April 6th, which is the next available meeting, which would allow us to be able to have a discussion with our citizens, get input from them and administration, and to return back to Council on April 11th.
This is a very confusing motion, Alderman Moore.
It's complicated, but it's a complicated issue. And
the reason it's confusing, okay, so there's a couple things here. One of the reasons it's confusing is because you are directing things in A and B and then asking for a public process in C in 3, and it's not exactly clear what the outcome of that public process ought to be, given that you've already said what you're going to do with the money. So I'm not quite sure why you'd want to refer it, because Council will already have directed what to do. So I think 2 and 3 are in conflict with one another. And the other problem is that because 3 has the word refer in it, the whole darn thing becomes a referral motion, meaning it's non-amendable. So.
Well, Your Worship, if I might just.
We could take them as 3 separate motions if you like.
Just jump in. But, with respect to number 3, which is the referral motion, and I'm happy to refer the entire process, but I do want people to understand that what my intent of it is to provide community infrastructure such as fire halls and a new central public library, which is something that we've been talking about for many, many years, as well as investing in recreational facilities. So I do want to put special emphasis on things that are not necessarily on the CRIPS or ERIPS list now.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to. Yeah, no, so I hear you. I hear you, Alderman.
Worship, on a point of order.
Yes, Alderman Chabot.
Thank you. Well, the motion as it stands, a referral motion, I don't think you can refer something that hasn't been voted on by Council. So the preamble suggests that we give direction, and then recommendation number 3 makes reference to a referral. So how is it that we can refer something that isn't yet on the table or has not yet been voted on by Council as a direction? Just wanted to know.
Yeah, no, this is actually sort of my problem. So if it was just a referral motion, then we could amend it to say to refer report C 2011-26 to, without having C 2011-26 on the table. That's fine. But the first part is giving direction and then referring, so it's a bit weird.
Well, so if we were, Your Worship, from a procedural perspective, in my opinion, if we voted on 1 and 2, decided whether or not to give that specific direction, and then subsequently voted on recommendation number 3, then at that point we could decide whether or not we felt that we should give that direction in a referral motion.
No, that really is where I was going. So what I'm gonna, Alderman Lowe, is it a point of order, or you just wanted to?
Well, Your Worship, I've just been listening to the discussion about the procedural issue, and I would agree that, you know, the use of refer in here, where I think if it had been, I happen to agree with the intent of the motion. And the way I read it, and I guess I'm looking to you, Your Worship, for clarification, is the first part says, we're going to take the money.
Mm-hmm.
B says, we're going to take the first part of that and look after the P3s. We're going to take the balance of it and spend it on ERIP and CRIP. The third part, I think, Alderman Moore and I had a conversation yesterday about this. The third part, I think, is what he's saying is, and I think if rather than referring it, that suggest that the appropriation of the 27 million be subject to public consultation at the meeting. Does that? And I think we can achieve the same one of 2 ways. Alderman Chabot's suggestion of directing that we take the money. I think that's the key issue here. The next key issue is that we identify what we want to spend the first piece on, which is getting the 3 Ps funded for their life. The third part is to say that the balance we want to go to CRIP and ERIT. So the question then becomes how to deal with number 3. I think if I would be pleased if the motion was split.
John.
The motion was split.
Someone speaking.
If the motion was split into effectively 2 motions, I'll be very pleased to second 1, 2, A, and B, because I think that's the critical part.
Okay.
Then if we could have item 3 re-put as a way of getting public consultation as to how Calgarians want to see the balance of this funding appropriated. I'm using the word appropriated.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm looking for a word, Your Worship.
I hear you. Okay. I think I've got it. I think I've got what to do here.
Okay.
I'm not saying I agree with it, but I think I can solve our procedural problem.
Then I'll sit down.
Okay. So Alderman Moore, you still got the floor, but I think I've got it.
Thank
so
you,
hold
Your
on.
Worship.
Let me help here.
I'm eager for your wisdom as always.
So let's first of all add a new number 1, Madam Clerk, before the current number 1, that simply says receive C 2011-26 for information, so that we actually have it on the floor. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right. That was just technical, because otherwise we don't actually have the report on the floor. And then number 1 becomes number 2, number 2 becomes number 3. You can go through that. And then in number 3, it's not really a referral motion, so I would simply say this, get rid of the word refer and just say this capital investment proposal be discussed at the Standing Policy Committee on Community and Protective Services on 6th April.
Isn't that a referral anyway?
No, because you're not actually referring the report. You're just asking for further discussion on on it once it's been approved.
Okay. Well,
that way, this doesn't
there.
help. The spirit is the same. The spirit is the same. But it just helps us procedurally, because if members of council have amendments, they wouldn't have been able to make them otherwise.
Okay.
And I think that gets us there. So I will probably leave my chair and talk about this, but at least now I think we're procedurally clear. So
I'm grateful for that, Your Worship.
Okay, so do I have a seconder for this, please? Alderman Lowe, thank you.
So does council want?
And we'll vote on them separately, by the way.
I've done an introduction. I think we all know what we're talking about here. I think we understand that this is an important opportunity that we've had. We've been asking this of the provincial government through AUMA for over 10 years. This is something that allows us to reinforce and reinvest in our community. I will listen to the debate, Your Worship, but if you will recognize me for a close, I would be happy to do that.
I can do that. Thank you. Alderman Chabot.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was kind of hoping we could debate these all individually, because they certainly warrant significant debate, each and every one of them. I have no problem, of course, with the new recommendation 1, receive 2011-26 for information. The report is what it is. Insofar as directing the resulting $42 million, or that we set the property at 4.4% today and subsequently have further discussion, I guess my first question is when do we have to set the rate? What's the drop dead date for that?
So I can answer that. I had a conversation by email with Mr. Sawyer last night, which is that council needs to set the rate, but not necessarily how it's spent. If we don't do it at our April 18th meeting, then we would have to call a special meeting of council. We have until the end of April. Is that right, Mr. Sawyer?
Your Worship, I would suggest if we didn't have approval on the 18th, we'd look for a special meeting within a day or two.
Within a day or two, so that's pretty much the timing. So in other words, we have this meeting and 2 more, Alderman Chabot, to set the rate. The discussion on exactly where it goes is not quite that rushed.
Okay.
Though I would prefer, if politically, me personally, I would prefer to have both of those discussions set at the same time.
I'm sorry, I can't see in the motion right now. Where's it destined to? Is it destined
CPS.
for why? And that's part of what's troubling for me. Why CPS? This is finance. Why could it not have gone to the April 13th meeting of Finance and Corporate Services?
So Alderman Chabot, I've had the same question, and I would argue that if we were to refer the whole thing for a discussion, then finance is the appropriate place for it to go. The timing would be very tight to get it back for the 18th, but possible. We just have to do our work. The way this motion is worded, however, if we accept the new number 2 and the new number 3, then we've already said that the money is going to places that are within the purview of CPS. So I would argue that CPS is actually the right place to then have the discussion. So finance is the right place to talk about number 1 and number 2, but if we accept number 3, then CPS is the right place to talk about number 3, and I think that's the intent of this motion. Does that make sense?
Mm. Well, it's I follow where you're going. I still don't.
Now, you know, if it were me and I had the floor right at this moment, Alderman Chabot, I might make a referral motion at this time to send the whole thing to finance if that was what your intent would be, and let finance have that discussion.
Yeah. Well, I may make that motion before I relinquish the floor, Your Worship. There's a bunch of other issues that concern me about this motion. First of all, I'm not too keen on the idea of committing future council revenues for the next 30 years. That's problematic for me. Insofar as where the money is invested specifically, I'm just curious as to how this was what was decided, and how do we know exactly what the cost is going to be for the public, the new library, the new central library, and is this going to involve a borrowing bylaw, and are carrying costs included in this? I mean, there's so many questions, even within the motion, that I just, it's really problematic for me. Mr. Sawyer, if I may ask, if we were to use any of this money, rather, for retiring some debt, do we have any debts that we could retire without penalty that possibly could save us money on interest payments alone?
Your Worship, basically the debt we take down is through the Alberta Capital Finance Authority, and that tends to be term debt, so it's not repayable early. So I'm not aware of any material amount of debt that we could just pay off, if you will. Now, some of these funds might mitigate the taking on of new debt. That's a possibility.
And before you sit down, Mr. Sawyer, what's our current rate that we borrow from Alberta Capital Finance at, roughly?
Your Worship, it would depend, of course, on the term and the structure of the borrowing, but short-term debt is tending to run around maybe 3.5, 15, 20 year, around 4.5, in that order.
Yeah. See, I did a little bit of number crunching as well on the weekend, Your Worship, and looking at something of this magnitude, $15 million for 30 years, would suggest that the interest rate would be, if we were to borrow today and do it as a self-supporting borrowing bylaw, then we'd be probably running at least 4%. 4% of $42 million is $1.7 million a year that we'll be paying on interest payments. In less than 25 years, we could recapture that entire $42 million. So that in itself creates some problems for me. And there's other issues that we probably should be looking at, such as, for example, the Andrew Davison building, which we will be taking up shortly, that requires about between $8 and $10 million worth of life cycle maintenance for that building that potentially could save us some operational costs if it becomes more efficient. There's some other issues associated with that particular building that we will need to invest in before we can actually make use of it. And that in my opinion, would be a much better investment in some of this money short term, insofar as what we do in the future, what future council decides to do with this money, should council decide to approve the 4.4%, is something that the council of the day should be making that decision, not this council. I can't support this motion the way it's worded, although I think it's worthy of debate, if nothing else, at least to give clearer direction and maybe look at all of the potential opportunities. I'm trying to make something bad less bad, Your Worship, and essentially, I guess if we were referred the entire thing back to finance, then at least we could have a more wholesome discussion on how it is that we want to allocate this money in the future, whether we want to use it for debt financing or reduced debt financing, which could potentially save us a lot of money in the long run and not actually just burn it up. We're already using 7% of our MSI money just for carrying costs. And that, for me, is a problem. We're leveraging away our own, the money that we've been given by the provincial government on MSI as it is. So if we could lessen that burden by not having to borrow so much for carrying costs on some of the MSI expenditures that we've already approved, that, to me, would be something that would be worthwhile considering as well. But first and foremost, let's take care of our backyard first before we look at making some new expenditures. So, Your Worship, I will take your advice and make a motion to refer this to Finance and Corporate Services on the April 13th date, I believe it is, so we can have a more wholesome discussion on exactly where and how, if we should be allocating this money. And in the absence of getting support on the referral motion, Your Worship, you can count on me to be voting against the entire motion that's before us. So on the referral motion, if I can find a seconder.
Do we have a seconder for Alderman Chabot's referral motion? Thank you, Alderman Demong. Okay, before we get to the referral motion, I have to recognize Alderman Jones on a very important matter.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm pleased to announce our City Hall School class for this week. There are 25 grade 6 students from Cecil Swanson School, accompanied by their teacher Harvinder Dillon. And their focus for this week will be how can we make good choices. So if I could ask you to stand up and be recognized by council and be on TV for a moment.
Wave because you're on TV. Thanks very much. You can be seated. These are students from the fine community of Rundle, which I believe Alderman Jones knows a little bit, as do I, and I hope I'll be able to spend some time with you all later this week. Welcome to City Hall. All right, we now have a referral motion on the floor, and I've got a very long speakers list, so I'm just going to go through the speakers list and ask each of you if it's on the referral. If it's not on the referral, I'll keep you on the list. If it is, you'll have the floor, okay? Since every single light is on, we may as well do it that way. Alderman Hodges on the referral?
Yes, Your Worship. If it does go to Finance Committee in early April, it doesn't give a lot of time for turnaround to Council on April the 18th. But the problem I've got with the motion isn't anything that's been mentioned so far, so I'll mention it. This motion presumes the province has a 30-year financing plan. Well, guys, ladies and gentlemen, members of council, administration, the secret is, which isn't much of a secret, they don't. They barely have a 3-year operating plan budget, let alone a 30-year budget. I believe this year maybe would appear if we have 42 million we can deal with, and perhaps next year. And I believe that after that, it's up for grabs. So to believe that we have a 30-year windfall coming in is unlikely. I would like to see the province loosen up on their demands on the property tax for education purposes, but I haven't seen that happen very often. In fact, hardly at all. I think this is only the second time. So whether it goes to whichever committee it goes to, I don't think matters as much as a discussion perhaps between the mayor and future discussion between the mayor and the province as to what their intent is in the long term. because I don't see this as more than a one-year fix from them.
Thanks, Alderman Hodges. On the referral, Alderman Keating?
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate the spirit that Alderman Marr has put in, because it does give us that chance for public debate and input on something that we should be talking about. I had a little difficulty with being so directive in the actual amounts, because if we look at the P3s and the library, I'm not so sure that 15 million is going to do much for those. I could ask Dr. Harkensheimer at a later date, but therefore I do support the fact that we refer it to get that public input and possibly adjusting some of the amounts in the motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Keating. On the referral, Alderman Marr? No, yes, Alderman Marr, sorry.
Thank you. Your Worship, would it be appropriate to ask a question of administration also on the referral? Because I think there is a bit of, thank you. Now, if we take this opportunity, this money, and it's in the base budget, is it not? Can someone respond? Mr. Sawyer, could you respond to that?
Mr. Tobert?
There's some discussion. Oh, Mr. Tobert, sorry, thank you. There's some discussion amongst my colleagues as to whether or not this money is in the base, which makes it in perpetuity, or is it not in the base?
Council, if you were to decide to actually take the tax room, it would form part of our base budget. And it would be then up to Council to decide how to spend that, either operating or capital or both. But it would form part of our permanent ongoing base. It wouldn't be part of a 30-year funding program from the province. It would be permanent.
So I hope that my colleagues are aware that this is, in fact, a significant amount of money that will allow us to do infrastructure and improve the City of Calgary. So on the referral, because of that, because of the fact that what we have an opportunity here is to reinvest in our communities, I will not be supporting a referral to finance, because I think that will change the discussion and the tone and becomes a question of which pocket we should be putting it into. Well, we know what pocket it should go into. It should go into the reinvestment of infrastructure in capital for the citizens of Calgary. Start reinvesting in our community where we have an opportunity to provide places to go, not just means to get there. So I'm hoping that you will not support the referral, that we will continue on with the plan and indeed have this discussion and engage the public at the community level through Community Protective Services, where we will address finally the infrastructure deficit that we have in the CRIPS list and the ERIPS list. Council, please, this is an opportunity that we will have never again, and I urge you to take it. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Marr. On the referral, Alderman Pincott?
Thank you. This is challenging, because I actually think the referral is sending it to the right place to have the discussion, but I think it's referring a motion that is not a motion that I don't think I could support the motion as written. So essentially referring something that commits us is kind of sort of giving with one hand and taking away with the other. So on that, I don't think I will support the referral.
Just to clarify, Alderman Pincott, don't sit down. I'm not sure I fully understood what you just said. Because if we refer the whole thing, we're certainly not binding committee to the recommendations. Committee could change the recommendations to whatever they wanted. That's sort of the point of the referral, I would imagine.
I think my point is that by referring the whole thing, you are limiting the scope of the discussion.
I gotcha. Thank you. On the referral, Alderman Putmans?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I guess a question as well. My understanding of this is actually, I think, a very appropriate council discussion, which I would like to have and therefore not support the referral motion. I think that in the broad strokes should be the discussion of full council. Referring the entire matter to committee will mean that this will inevitably come back to council for a fulsome debate a second time. So I think this is an efficient way of giving direction to a SPC Standing Policy Committee. The question I have, and I'm not sure to whom to direct it, is my understanding that of the 42 million, 15 would be committed to the library and a balance of 27 million to CRIP and ERIP programs, and the allocation of the 27 million would in fact be the subject of debate at Standing Policy Committee. Am I interpreting this motion correctly?
Yes, I think that is correct, except for one small thing: 15 million for the library and the P3s.
Oh, and
on
the P3s
on the
okay.
rec centers.
Okay, sorry.
But I think that is correct, and frankly, it's one of the issues I have with this whole discussion, because if we've already made the decision, then why in the world are we going quickly to CPS to make a bunch more decisions when that can happen over the course of time as we're debating what our main priorities are? So to me, this motion, I'm starting to debate now, I probably shouldn't, but I'll say it anyway. To me, this motion is sort of neither fish nor fowl. Either you have a public consultation process by referring it and have a genuine one, or you say council will just make the decision. So that's my challenge with this motion.
My comfort level with this motion is such that a fundamental decision about taking the money as opposed to allocating it against a tax increase, I think, is a decision that council has to make at the outset. Following that, I believe, to repeat, it is entirely appropriate that council offer the broad strokes of general direction and leave the smaller sums to be allocated with a full public discussion, which I think is appropriate. I've got a question which potentially relates to the referral motion. I guess I'll ask it and let you rule whether it's an appropriate question to ask at this time. I'm interested in the 15 million over 30 years, and the reason why I think it might be relevant to the referral motion is it is a substantive material sum of money. And I just wanted a quick question on the financing of this. Can we, in fact, 15 million over 30 years, is that something in crude terms that we can borrow against? In other words, would that allocation of money be something that we could bring to capital finance or whatever and say now we actually have in place a capital sum which will in fact trigger a new central library investment?
Mr. Sawyer, I can go at it, but I think Mr. Sawyer would probably be better.
Don't be so sure.
I'm very optimistic.
Your Worship, as Council knows, we've been looking very intently at a P3 around 4 recreation centres, and early indications, there's still lots of work going on around the financing, etc., but that there is expected to be an availability annual payment for 30 years that would be required as part of it, and I think the suggestion is to use the tax room to basically cover that over the period. Now, that is not our borrowing, but actually on our financial statements, it's likely we would have to recognize a liability for that amount, of which the payment occurs over annually over a 30-year period. And as you can maybe appreciate, there's a lot of complexities around the financials of a P3 that we're still working through. So this is an estimated figure.
Sorry, in my mind, I'm thinking this isn't the right discussion for the referral.
Go just a little bit further, Alderman Pootmans. It's important that the facts get out, so I'll give you a little leeway here.
Thank you. Through the chair, the motion reads up to 15 million annually for 30 years to fund a new public library and the availability of payments. In my mind, are these distinct financings? Yes. Okay. So then if I could ask the question again, as it relates to the central library, which may or may not be a P3, does this represent perhaps an almost immediate, subject to full financing and arrangements, crystallization of a sum which would perhaps greenlight the construction of a new library?
Dr. Hargesheimer?
Your Worship, I think that it's appropriate that the two items are bundled together in this line, because we brought to Council the P3 financing model for 30 years in camera, because we did not want to indicate what those availability payments would be and compromise the procurement process for the P3. So I think what Alderman Marr is trying to say is that we have two large projects that are unfunded, the downtown library and 4 rec centers. We know those are coming our way. We know that the P3 Canada, should that procurement go through, would require availability payments, significant availability payments over 30 years, and that the intent here, I believe, is to estimate roughly what funding would be set aside for those two projects. But I would say that we're at this point not sure whether this number is correct or not, but it's certainly in the ballpark.
I'm still reluctant to put this on the table, but is this in fact a discussion administration might be more comfortable answering in camera, given the proprietary nature of how you want to allocate the... No.
Well, I think that you're debating the notice of motion that doesn't actually have a number against the P3, so, and nor are we prepared to provide a specific number. I mean, that discussion was, that information was provided to council some time ago.
In terms of the rec centers, but not including the library?
That's correct.
Okay. Have there been any changes in those numbers subsequently?
No.
Thank you, Dr. Argsheimer.
Thanks, Alderman Putmans. On the referral, Alderman Demong.
I will, of course, be supporting this referral prior to council deciding whether to increase these taxes. Most importantly, because I want the people to have the opportunity to have their say on whether we should even be taking this room. So if this does go through to committee, I implore anyone with strong feelings to come out on April 13th and have their voice heard. Let's be clear. This isn't our money. This is the taxpayers' money. The province has stated they're not taking this money, granted. Therefore, it belongs to the taxpayers. We passed a tax increase last fall of 4.4%. That time I voted no because I thought it was too high. Calgary has seen a lot of large tax increases over the last 9 years, up to 60 to 75% increasing. If the province has determined to increase its share rather than decreasing their take, would we be looking at lowering the amount of taxes we take? Would we try to keep it down to 4.4? I don't think so. At the worst case scenario, I agree with Alderman Chabot that if we're to take this increase, we should be looking at lowering future interest payments. In that way, I would be very encouraged to say if we can save the taxpayers' money by decreasing interest and using the cost savings in that method, I'd be all in favor of it. Even with that, I'd like to see this increase to no more than 3%, approximately CPI plus population. So yes, I will encourage this. I will be voting for this referral, but I would like it to be more of not deciding where the money goes, but what portion of that money we should be discussing about taking, if any at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Demong. Alderman Jones on the referral.
I kind of agree with what Alderman Hodges said about the province. Who knows where they're going and who knows who the government will be at the time. I also have a hard time with it because I don't like to say that we're going to commit future councils to something, to a decision that we're going to make today. And I would like to know what's on the list before I make a decision on what I'm going to put it to. I don't know what's on that list. And the other thing, the reason I agree with the referral is we haven't heard from the public. And by the way, I didn't get your memo until today. So I didn't know this until I read this in the paper. I didn't even know they had done this. So I think the public may say no and they may want it back, and I'd like to hear if that's what they want to go and that's the direction.
Thank you, Alderman Jones. Alderman Lowe?
Well, Your Worship, I'm going to approach this in 2 or 3 ways, if I may. And at the risk of sounding condescending, I have to say it's unfortunate that this matter was discussed in the media before we as council had an opportunity to at least have the information and start to digest the various options that are available to us. That's my first observation.
Oh, there are those of us that agree with you on that, Alderman Lowe.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. So having said that, I think now that it's out in the media, now that it's out in the public, I think today is the day that council has to make a decision one way or the other. Do we take it or do we don't? It's a very simple yes-no question. If the question to take it or not comes down to what I believe we should do, which is take it, then the next question is, how do we allocate that money? How do we tell Calgarians that we're going to use their money, Alderman Demong, all their money, to the advantage of Calgarians citywide, rich and poor, urban and suburban, universally across the city? So while people have suggested they want it to come to Finance and Corporate Services, I'm suggesting the decision that Finance and Corporate Services would recommend up here is actually here before us now. And that's the first question. Do we take the money or we don't take the money? If we decide to take the money, I think the appropriate place to put where to spend it, given the unfunded lists that we have and have continued to expand every year in CRIPS and ERIPS, are the place to focus it, because they meet at least what I consider to be the objective of universal benefit to Calgarians across the broad city, rich and poor, urban and suburban. And that decision can be made in consultation with Calgarians at CPS. So I'm not going to support the referral, Your Worship. I think the first question, we can call and debate on the other items in this motion, but the first question, do we take it or we don't take it, is in front of us now. It's in front of Calgarians now. And I think council can be seen to make that decision here and now. And I'd ask that we not support the referral, and rather that we move to that fundamental decision off the bat. Two other points. I think it was stated quite clearly, this goes into our base. Once we take that money, it's in our base, it's with us forever. If you want to talk about how to spend it appropriately and not appropriately, you end up in that discussion between using it for bona fide capital purposes that stay with us, or using it for operating, which is, we all know, is an unending, a bottomless pit, Your Worship. So, Council, I'm going to ask you not to support the referral, but rather to deal with the substance before us today, which is the fundamental question: do we take this tax room or do we not take it? Because once that decision is made, then we've got a whole series of issues to discuss around here, as we've talked about, everything from activity payments for 3Ps to a library that we have, in my view, abandoned for far too long, to a very long unfunded list in the CRIPS and ERIPS list. And I think we can go out and get advice from Calgarians about not whether we spend this money, but how best to spend it. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks very much, Alderman Lowe. Alderman Stevenson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I might not agree with everything today with Alderman Lowe on all the items on our agenda, but this one I do agree with him on. I think that we have to recognize that this is our money. When I say our, I don't mean our as in City Council, but our as in Calgarians' money. And when it goes to Edmonton, it becomes Albertans' money. And so we've been fighting for a long time for the province to reduce the amount of money that they take out of our city and leave it here for us to spend in the areas here that would benefit Calgarians. So they've finally taken a step towards this. It's my question, of course, about this is whether or not it's a permanent step, because even though it becomes a part of our base funding, there's so much turmoil with the present government, and we don't even know if they're going to be the future government, but there's so much turmoil, I don't know that next year that this is going to be the same.
I can answer that,
okay,
actually,
thank you.
Alderman Stevenson. The thing about this, and this is something that has been quite strange, I shouldn't say strangely reported, it's not the media's fault, it's actually very confusing. So let's be clear. The difference between this and actual funding from the provincial government, the funding can go away. And as we know, the MSI can get moved. Because this is tax room, this becomes our own decision. The only way this could get taken away in future years is for council to decide to reduce taxes by this commensurate amount. So they can never take it back again. It's ours. And in fact, one of the reasons that I have been saying that this is something we ought to do is because one of the things we've been fighting for so long is predictable funding from the provincial government. And when the provincial or federal government chooses to cede tax room instead of direct funding, that's a permanent ceding. So then it's up to us what to do with it from then on. They will never be able to take it back. I mean, they could raise their portion of the property tax by some giant amount, but that would still be a debate for us of whether we wanted to reduce our property taxes by that amount.
But what they giveth, they can taketh away, right?
Well, this one is hard to taketh away. All they could do is tax Albertans more,
right.
And then that would be up them to wear it, not for us.
So my point is that the number one, I agree with Alderman Lowe that we should be making a decision today on the number one. We've been asking for, through the AUMA and through our city council for so long that they release some of this room for us, that we should definitely be accepting that. But what my question to you, Your Worship, is on a referral, is it possible to separate number one from the rest? Could it be called in two parts? Could this referral be called in two parts? In other words, refer number one and then refer the rest of it?
No.
Okay.
What could happen, however, is if this referral motion were defeated, then we could take the rest of them separately.
Okay.
So what one could do is one could talk about number one, or one could make a separate motion saying, I want to refer 2, 3, and 4. Excuse me, we've changed the numbers now. So talk about 1 and 2, and then refer 3 and 4.
So, Your Worship, where I'm going is that I'm going to vote against this referral because I think that we should be passing number one today. And although I agree with the different items that are being mentioned here, I agree with them. I don't know whether or not that decision should be made this quickly. There's a possibility that a part of this should be going right away to reducing the debt or paying the interest on debt. Maybe we should be taking a portion of these in these directions. So I just don't agree with that. So I'll vote against this referral motion. Then I would like to see us call number one and pass it, and I'm fine with making the same referral motion for number 2 and 3, but I won't support all of it today. Thank you.
All right, Alderman Stevenson, I will recognize you then at the appropriate time should this fail, but Madam Clerk, here's one for you. Don't you love when you're here and I have great procedural questions for you? We can vote on them separately, but we can't do a referral motion in the middle of voting, can we? All right. I love when you say things like that.
Well, the procedure is by interpretation of the chair.
Right.
We have done referrals in the middle of motions before.
Okay.
Is it correct or not? That's
I'm seeing a lot of nods around the council table, so I don't think anyone's going to challenge the chair if we do that. So, all bark and no bite, Alderman Chabot. You always say you will. In any case, sorry, there's a couple ways of going at it. We could vote, assuming the referral motion fails, and I shouldn't pre-assume, but I just want council to know what's going on before you vote on the referral. If the referral motion passes, it passes and we're done and we move to the next item. If the referral motion fails, then we have the main motion back on the floor. We can chat about it. And there's two ways to go. Alderman Stevenson, you could get up before we vote and move to refer numbers 3 and 4. And then we'd still have 1 and 2 left on the table that we could vote on. Or we can go to a vote on 1 and 2, and then after 2, you jump up before we vote on 3, and we can refer the rest of it, and I'll allow that, subject to a challenge of the chair. All right? Alderman Farrell.
Thank you. Well, this is interesting and kind of messy, but I'm glad we're having the discussion because we have been asking the province to give us tax room since I can remember sitting on council, and well before Mayor Dewar was on council. That was a big argument that he made, is leave the taxes in Calgary, please, and give us some ability to start funding our cities. So the province has done this. I think it would be very foolish if we didn't thank them for it and be grateful. And for anyone who thinks we're committing future councils, every decision we make commits future councils. So I do have a question though. 3 Ps, if we agree, and I'm not supportive of the referral. If we agree to Alderman Marr's motion, then are we committed to a 3P? Because I don't think council's had that decision yet, has made that decision.
So, we have in fact agreed to move forward to P3 Canada with a proposal for the 4 rec centres.
Yes.
And part of that motion, as required by P3 Canada, said, subject to getting the financing right, we are going to move forward with these. So we have done that.
Oh, so we have done that.
Yeah, we have done that, but we have an out if the financing doesn't work. But if P3 Canada has not yet announced that they will go into this with us.
Okay.
And if they choose not to, which is I think extremely unlikely, but if they choose not to, then we have a bit of a problem. So my concern with what are now number 3 and 4 is I think number 3 I think is a bit premature on everything under A, because we don't really know how much the P3s are, and we don't have a good sense of the Central Library projects. So I don't love the language, which is why I don't mind referring that piece of it to think a little longer, but that's me.
Okay, well, that will be an interest. So I look at the motion. I think it's thoughtfully put, although council will need to have this discussion, and we can have that at Community and Protective Services. We have a CRIPS list and an ERIPS list that is it's unbelievably long, and there's no mechanism to fund this stuff. I would not, excuse me. I'm just, okay, thank you. Yes, I know. I will not, however, support this funding going to further transportation projects, because I think we've emptied the cupboard for transportation projects, and we have great need in CRIPS and ERIPS projects. That this is a perfect opportunity to finally start funding these cultural and community assets. So I won't be supporting the referral, and will support the motion that was before us. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Farrell. Alderman Pincott, have you spoken on the referral already? You have? Okay. Alderman Marr, you've spoken on the referral already? No, you won't. But no, before you close, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Carra, would you mind?
Mayor Nenshi.
Thank you. This is, as Alderman Farrell stated, a little bit procedurally messy, and I do apologize for that, but I think that we are, in fact, having a good discussion, and it's an important discussion to have. Now, for me, the real issue on this referral is whether or not we want to have more public input. And I would suggest that if we want to have more public input, we probably want to have more public input on the whole thing. Whether we should take it, what amount we should take, and where it should go. And my concern with the main motion as written is it really does feel cursory. It really does feel as though we're saying we want public input, but we've already made the decision. And I find that a bit challenging. So I should point out, by the way, just for interest's sake, that while I had hoped that we would have been able to go out to the public with a better baked idea, it did come out a little bit prematurely, which is fine. The proposal that I made last week is actually quite similar to what we see here. There's one line item that is different, but the idea is that a big chunk of it goes to offset future financing fees for infrastructure, and then the other part goes to community infrastructure. And I'm very much in support of that. It's absolutely is my opinion that that is right. And I should point out to you as well that the limited public input that we've had, at least in my world, has been overwhelmingly positive. So for example, I posted this up on my Facebook page yesterday just to see what people's input would be. On a Sunday afternoon, I received more than 100 responses. Of the 100 responses, about 96 of them said, please take the money and spend it on stuff that's important for the city, which was quite surprising to me, actually. So given that, I am comfortable in moving forward. But as I say, if we're going to do public input, we should really do public input. My suggestion, therefore, to council is that we, again, be neither fish nor fowl on this, that we actually decide what we want to do. And I will further say that I am quite concerned that the difference between what we were talking about last week and what's in this proposal and what's now number 3 is a difference of specificity. So when we say $15 million for a new central library and the P3s, first of all, the number is quite specific, and we don't have good numbers on either of those two projects yet. Secondly, by putting the new central library in, I'm concerned that we will not be able to have the full discussion at council around the central library and its needs, because it sort of has slid in here. The P3s, we've already, on the rec centers, we've already had the discussion. Council approved those explicitly. To my understanding, Council has never explicitly approved the construction of a new central library yet. And for us to slide it in here, it seems a bit odd. So if this referral were to fail, then what I would suggest is that Council really have a good discussion right now about whether we want to take the room or whether we want to ask the public for more discussion. And I'm happy to have that discussion with you all on that piece. If we choose, I, however, am not recommending that we approve number 3 and number 4 as written, because I do think they bind us to a level of specificity that is too high. And in fact, this is a great opportunity for us to have more public debate. I was concerned with the tight timelines that we wouldn't have time for a fulsome public discussion. And I've now heard from Mr. Sawyer that all we really need to do is set the rate, and we can buy ourselves some breathing time to have a big discussion on how we want to manage the funds going forward. So I'm a little fussed about the specificity in 3 and 4. So I would recommend, if the referral motion fails, that we have a good discussion on setting the rate, but that we send 3 and 4 off for proper public consultation. So again, I apologize that this is a little messy, but I think that I can see a path forward for us here.
Thank you. Anyone else on the referral, or Andre Chabot to close? Alderman Chabot to close.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank all members of council for their thoughts on this issue this morning, on this referral motion. We're still debating the referral. That's interesting. We certainly have a lot more debate to go should this referral not pass. I'm going to try and address some of the issues that were raised during the debate this morning. Alderman Pincott was concerned about this maybe limiting the scope of the discussion, and I guess there may be a perception by virtue of the fact that it is rather prescriptive on what the intent is moving forward of this motion, but notwithstanding that fact, it still is within the purview of the committee and all members of council, actually, should they decide to attend this committee meeting and make recommendations to essentially table these or file these recommendations and come forward with some completely new recommendations. Council is talking about, another member of council referred to the fact that the committee might actually come up with the same recommendations, or will likely come up with the same recommendations. I would submit that that's presupposing an outcome. The committee would at least have an opportunity to have public debate on this issue. When we debated the budget on the municipal portion back in November, based on a 4.6% tax increase, which was subsequently reduced to 4.4 through the additional $2 million, the public had an opportunity to weigh in on that during that time. This is an additional $42 million that the public doesn't have an opportunity to present to us today to make our argument for or against it. So by sending it to committee, it does provide that opportunity for the public to weigh in on that $42 million, whether we should take it, make use of it, or give a portion back, use it for debt financing, I mean, et cetera, et cetera. There's so many things that could come out of that public debate, including maybe some new recommendations on some other places that we could be spending it that we haven't maybe thought of in this short 3 or 4 days that we've had to consider it. The thought that this is room that's been vacated, I really wasn't going to weigh in on this thing too much, but the province had at one point said that they would cap the amount of education tax that they would take out of the city. And even within the report, it talks about the $73 million difference between what the province is taking annually from us versus what they were taking in the year 2000, and they said they were going to cap it. That's $73 million a year more every single year. Well, it's of course been escalating over time, but it's money that if they were to relinquish some of that, that would truly be vacating room. They're asking for more money out of this municipality through this requisition, an additional $3.6 million. So are they really vacating room? They're not. They're still taking more tax out of this municipality, even through this 0.6% increase. So the question then becomes, should we take up the room? In the past, when the province has asked more than what we've asked for, we had to do a blended rate upwards. And council then had to do a whole bunch of communications out to the public as to explain why it is that although we had approved a certain tax increase, that subsequent to the provincial government coming forward with their requisition, that we then had to approve a higher tax rate than what council had previously approved. So because of that, then we wanted to make sure that it was well reflected in the property tax bill. So we made sure that it was very explicit that our portion was this and the provincial portion was this. So if we approve this, this is going to set our rate significantly higher. It's going to show the province as having a very minimal increase and the municipality is having a significant increase. At the end of the day, really, the only thing that we have control over is what we take, not what the province takes. Now, if we want to do a blended rate, you know what? Maybe that's the direction to go. Granted, we're always looking for increased level of funding from the provincial government or for them to vacate some of their education tax that they're taking out of us. What they're doing today is not vacating tax. They're just not taking the same percentage that we're taking. You know what? There may be some value in having a blended rate that reflects the number that most residents are comfortable with. And I'm not saying that maybe we shouldn't use some of that money, because potentially we can actually save the taxpayers money by taking some of this additional room and not having to go cap in hand back to the province looking for additional funding in the future. So, Council, I hope you'll support this referral motion, because at the very least, it would give us an opportunity to debate all of these issues in a public forum where the public can have their opportunity to have their say, where they did have their say in November, but it did not include this $42 million. And I'm sure they would like to have an opportunity to weigh in on whether or not we should be taking this additional room or not. So, Council, hope you'll support this.
Thank you, Alderman Chabot. So, Council, on the referral motion, are we agreed? Anyone opposed? I think that would be appropriate. I'm not sure we have many.
Alderman Keating.
No.
Alderman Lowe.
No.
Alderman McLeod.
No.
Alderman Marr.
No.
Alderman Pincott.
No.
Alderman Pootmans.
No.
Alderman Stevenson.
No.
Alderman Chabot.
Yes.
Alderman Demong.
Yes.
Alderman Farrell. No. Alderman Hodges.
No.
Alderman Jones. Yeah. Mayor Nenshi.
Yes.
It's lost.
I didn't get to vote.
Oh, sorry. Deputy Mayor Carra.
Yes.
Still lost, Your Worship.
Power of the chair really isn't there, is it? Alderman Carra, if it's all right with you, I'll stay here.
That's... No. It's fine with me, but it's not fine with the clerk, Your Worship.
I may come back.
Yeah, I fully expect you will.
On the main motion, Alderman Pincott.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I think before I guess I start debate on this, a couple of starting points. We have a huge list that we have been struggling to find money for years. Alderman Farrell is quite right. We've also, one of the strategies that this council not this council, but council has been asking for funding is asking the province, we've been so bold as to say, get out of the property tax business, leave it to us. So as we seek stable, appropriate funding so that we're not relying on senior orders of government to the goodwills and the generosity of senior order levels of government, we look at our own taxation opportunities, and property tax is one of our very few avenues for raising our own money. So this looks like the province possibly doing something that we've been asking for. As many of you probably know, I have never said that a tax rate needs to be a certain number. I think it's a tax rate or a budget is a tool for implementing the plan and the vision that we have for our city. So I've never been approached any of our budgeting processes by saying my goal is to be number X. But what we have here before us, whether it's this motion today or whether it was the memo that we received last week, does to me feel like trying to chew gum and spit at the same time. We have embarked on a very ambitious and expensive budget consultation process. We want to know what Calgarians' priorities are. We're out repeatedly all across the city in multiple forums asking for their input on what their priorities are for our city. And yet we have a motion before us on a significant amount of money, the rough equivalent to what we had already budgeted for a budget increase for this year. And we're saying, well, actually, we're going to decide on this one. At the same time as we're asking you, we're not going to ask you about this. So it feels like chewing gum and spitting at the same time. On top of that, I don't know if this is, I echo your concerns, Your Worship. I don't know if this is the right division. Is this what we should be doing with the money? And yet, I also struggle with the fact of saying, let's take the room and put it in a pot and figure out how we're going to spend it later. That, too, doesn't seem like it is a responsible way for us to be taking Calgarians' money and spending it on their behalf. So I struggle with this considerably. Yes, I'm all for accepting one. At the end of the day, 2, 3, and 4 for me are a problem. I agree with you completely. Are we going to do real public consultation or not? And sending it to CPS for people to come and comment on a report that is before them is not public consultation. Let's not fool ourselves by calling it that. It isn't. It's getting public feedback from the 20 people who show up to say yes or no. It's not public consultation. It's not saying, it's not identifying what community needs are. It's not identifying what our priorities are, community priorities are. We have embarked on saying that we want to do it differently. And this suggestion is not doing that. And yet, every single thing that is identified here and more needs more money. We need to do it. So at the end of the day, Mr. Sawyer, I will just ask you a very quick question. Is it should the specific directions for this money, this $42 million, should we not include that specific direction either today or on April 18th? Is that so essentially what I'm saying is, if we choose to take the room and put it in a pot and that we decide later, is that an appropriate way for us to deal with tax revenue? Is there precedence for doing
that? Your Worship, I'm not sure I could comment on is that an appropriate
yes,
way.
I know. That's why I changed it.
It will certainly, there is a tight timeline around the tax rate bylaw. Recall, we are generating about $1.6 billion through this tax rate bylaw, so it's critical that we have that decision by the 18th, no later. The decision at that point needs to include how much to collect from our citizens, from our taxpayers. It does not need to include specifically how that money would be spent. I think I can't say that I recall occasions where we've set the tax rates and necessarily determined the funding later. But from a procedure point of view, as long as Council approves how much to collect, that will provide me with the information I need to proceed to issue the tax bills. That's the critical piece that has to be decided. So I did mention to the Mayor, it's not essential that decisions be made on how that money is spent. Rather, for the tax rate bylaw, it's essential that we determine how much to collect.
Okay. Your Worship, I'm struggling with this. I'm struggling to try and find a way for us to meet all the things that we've been saying. We've said we've got an infrastructure deficit that needs, and we need more money. We've asked the province to allow us to give us more room in the property tax. We're getting that. At the very same time, we're going out and we're saying, let's do some real public engagement. And so I'm struggling to find the way to do that. And again, I don't feel that it is an appropriate thing to say, let's take it, put it in a bank account and figure out how to spend it later.
You're looking at me like you need an answer, so I'll try.
I saw that poise moment.
I do have one that won't satisfy you, but I'll give it to you anyway.
Okay.
Which is that I really share your concern on this. And one of the things that I wanted to be really clear in my own personal view on all of this, is that if we choose to move into the room, which I think is the right thing to do for many reasons, and I'll take my seat and explain those, but I wanted to ensure that we are not going to use this money for operating budget purposes, because we have debated the operating budget, we're whittling away at it, the public consultation is going to continue to whittle away at it. In my mind, and this is just me speaking, but in my little brain, to me, the stuff we would use this is stuff that we're begging the province to fund anyway. Which of the huge long list of things we're begging the province to fund anyway is a matter for the public and for council to debate. But for me, if we set this aside as for capital things that we are begging other people to fund, it makes sense, because the province has actually given us the opportunity to fund some of the stuff we're begging them to fund, as opposed to the stuff on the operating side, which we have to be responsible for, and we have to continue to find more efficiencies.
And on that, I agree with you completely. I also wouldn't want to see any of this money go towards, say, interest payments that were already included in, say, previous government grants, MSI interests, which are already covered within a provincial grant.
So since you had a question mark at the end of that, I'll add an answer to that question, which is, remember too, though, that the money is shifted around. So for example, if this is used to cover interest payments on a particular project to which you might be referring, that actually means that we then save up MSI funding, which means that we can then use the MSI funding for other opportunities. And I suspect that Alderman Farrell may have something to say about that to make sure that savings are used for other priorities.
Yes, I was referring to the West LRT and the $150 million that was in there.
If you look at today's borrowing bylaw, you'll see that it's up even more than that, but yeah.
Yes, I did notice that. Okay, thank you. Well, with that said, I guess I've laid out sort of my cleaving dichotomy, and I look forward to hearing others speak.
We always enjoy your cleavages, Alderman Pincott. Alderman Marr, you're next on the list, but I assume you just want to close, right?
No, not actually. I
You don't really have the opportunity to speak at this time, sir.
That you've recognized me, and I am.
No. I was just saying that although you're next on the list, I'm going to have to defer you unless you have a question.
I do have some questions for administration for clarification,
I will
which
accept a
may
question.
allow us to shed some more light on the situation. So, Your Worship, there has been a couple of questions with regards to people. We've established that this is an ongoing revenue stream for the City of
Worship,
Calgary.
on a point of order, the honourable member has
Very
moved
honourable.
the motion.
He's rising because he has a question for administration, which I am
Respectfully, Your
allowing.
Worship, when he introduced his motion, if he had questions in regards to the motion that he was putting on the floor, he should have been making those questions at that time and not rising at a second opportunity and potentially a third and or a fourth.
Your Worship, it's questions that have arisen as a result of debate. If I would have a little leeway, I would respectfully ask my colleagues to accept that and extend me that courtesy. Your call.
In
Your
the
Worship.
chair, I'm happy to extend you the courtesy if you make it quick. And you know what I'm about to say, Alderman Chabot? All right.
I'll be quick. So we have established that this revenue stream is the ability for Calgarians to reinvest in their futures. I've got a quick question. The $15 million that I've written here annually, which will allow us to build the Central Park Library and the 4 rec centers. There's been a question about the $15 million, why we chose that. Could you enlighten my colleagues as to that number? It doesn't tie our hands per se, and I'd just like a comment from administration.
So, Your Worship, as I mentioned before, the P3 Canada application is yet being considered by P3 Canada, and we have not heard nor have we brought that information to Council. So the exact number there is as yet unknown. And on the Central Library, we read in the newspaper on Saturday that the number is $300 million, but that one is news to me because I thought that the library was less than that. So the point
I
here
was
is...
surprised too, Dr.
Okay, so
Hargesheimer.
the point
and
here...
I made a phone
okay,
call
so-
asking where the number came from.
So, but the point here is that both of those projects we know will have a significant budget implication to the city if we wish to build those facilities. And I would say that the $15 million number is conservative. It is certainly not too much, because the needs of those projects is very large. And the point is that if we do want to honor the P3 Canada opportunity, we would have to finance the remaining cost of those projects, and it is a very significant amount of money.
Thank you. Dr. Hargesheimer, one other question. What's the current infrastructure deficit on our CRIPS and ERIPS list?
It's 1.75 on the CRIPS list and approximately $500 million on the ERIPS list. So
1.75, how much?
So it's about slightly less than $2.5 billion.
A couple billion dollars.
Over 10 years.
And this money that is Calgarians' money to reinvest in Calgary, how far along down that list would we be able to knock down? Fair amount, yes?
Oh, absolutely. If this investment was made annually for a period of time, over 10 years even, the list would be in much better shape than it is today.
And one other question. There's been some discussion as to whether or not there's been public input and whether or not Council does have a plan. Is that not
Right.
the function of the CRIPS and the ERIPS list?
So in fact, the CRIPS and ERIPS lists includes the Central Library and all of the life cycle for the library. It includes all of our civic partners. The CRIPS list, as many members of council who have been here over the years know, has been evolving for the last 6 years and has been built with consultation of the arts community, the Calgary Sports Council, our civic partners, the many groups who use our facilities, the community associations, et cetera, et cetera. So the CRIPS and ERIPS lists are in fact reflective of the priorities of the community. And I would suggest that there's been a lot of thought put into those lists, and it would be an excellent starting point for a discussion with the community, whether they agree or not. I guess if you simply ask people if they would like to have input in spending a large amount of capital money, many ideas will surface. And I would say that if we opened that Pandora's box, we would get probably ideas that would easily double the capital deficit that we currently have. It's certainly not going to go down.
No, and I appreciate that. And this is exactly why we'd like to have that discussion with the public at Community Protective Services. Thank you for that courtesy, Your Worship. I'll take my seat.
Thank you very much, Alderman Mar. Alderman Stevenson.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we have a new procedure now. We can open, we can close, and we can also come in the middle if we want.
We're just all being nice to one another today, Alderman Stevenson, for now.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what, I think that we have to separate these two things. I don't hear anyone saying that we should not accept the room that's been offered to us. So what I would like to... well, okay. Yeah, but we're... anyway. So we now have a 1 and a new number 2. There was a number 1. So what I'm looking for, Your Worship, is some direction here. I would like to move number 1 and number 2 and pass them, and then have the opportunity to refer 3 and 4. Is that...
Can I totally cheat for a moment, Alderman Stevenson?
Hey, we're all doing it.
Since we're doing it anyway. I believe that Alderman Farrell has a amendment to number 3 and 4 that may make life a little bit easier for us all. So if you were willing to cede your floor to Alderman Farrell, then we may have an elegant solution. And it's not at all a note that I passed her when I was sitting over there.
But I might be wanting to come back again.
I will recognize you again, since you're doing the courtesy of ceding the floor. Alderman Farrell?
Thank you. Well, I'm very supportive of the direction that Alderman Mar is taking, and I agree with every one of these points. What I'm hearing is people would like the opportunity to discuss it further before making those commitments. I mean, a CRIPS list is something that we vote on, and ERIPS, we vote on it every year. So council's made these decisions that these are our priorities, and we do it in a public forum where members of the public can comment. We also, as a council, had already committed the library, $40 million to the library a number of years ago, and so council has already made that decision as well. So I would have no problem supporting this, but since council seems to want the opportunity to discuss the details, then I'm prepared to propose an amendment which would be to replace 3 and 4 with, oh, sorry, Madam Clerk, I forgot to give this to you. With the following. And yes, the mayor had suggested this when we were discussing through debate, that $42 million annually be spent on community infrastructure and offsetting finance charges for approved capital projects, with the provision that equivalent savings be directed to community infrastructure. And 4, that CPS, Community and Protective Services, be directed to create a mechanism by which the fund be spent. I'm assuming that the mechanism is CRIPS and ERIPS. On CRIPS and ERIPS.
So, Alderman Farrell, I guess that the intent of your motion, of your amendment, is to make it a little bit less specific, but to really highlight that the money must be spent for capital infrastructure on community purposes.
That's correct.
Not on operating.
And then if indeed the fund goes to offsetting finance charges, then it's very specific that there would be an equivalent or greater savings that would then go back from MSI, that then would go back to community infrastructure. So
I'll ask for a seconder while we're waiting to get that up on the board. Thanks, Alderman Carra. Alderman Carra's been good so far today. He's barely stood up.
Isn't that something?
You guys all feel like there's a hole in your lives, eh?
Well, we just heard in the Herald today, I think they talked about how sitting was bad for you. So, yes.
Okay, so we've got her up on the screen now.
Okay,
So basically, the language here simply says that if you approve, as Alderman Stevenson was suggesting, if you approve the bylaw, then what we're merely saying is that it should go towards some sort of community infrastructure, and then the rest of it goes to CPS to figure out. And I think this nicely reflects what we've heard from council this morning. Thanks, Alderman Farrell.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll give you a second to read it. While people are reading it, on the amendment, Alderman Marr.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question with this because I think that the intent is still here. What I'm trying to achieve is still here. So I don't mind this if my original motion doesn't pass. What I would like to know is whether or not the Central Library is actually, in fact, on the CRIPS list, because I don't believe it is.
Yes, it is.
It is on the CRIPS list.
Yeah.
We would not require to be able to say that we need to put a special pocket of money aside to ensure that it is going to be funded out of this new fund.
It is on page 11 of the 2011 to 2020 CRIPS list.
Okay, and the rec centers as well then?
Yes.
Okay, lovely. All right, thank you. That's my questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Marr. On the amendment, Alderman Keating? On the amendment, Alderman Putmans? Alderman Demong on the amendment? Oh, go for it, Alderman Demong. You know you want to.
Make no mistake, colleagues, these are exemplary and honorable issues. Projects to spend money on. But let's not forget, again, this is not our money. This city and every level of government will always find reasons, honorable and lofty reasons, to spend taxpayers' money. What we need to do is find ways to saving taxpayers' money and at the same time achieving these lofty and honorable goals. On that note, I guess my question is, a little lost on the procedure here, is this an amendment to the amendment at present?
There's no amendment on the floor, so this is an amendment to the motion, the main motion.
Okay. It makes this one a little difficult.
So the next vote, just to be clear, the next vote will be to amend the main motion. Should that pass, we'll still vote on the main motion, and we will vote on the pieces of the main motion separately.
Okay, then I will wait.
On the amendment, where are we, Alderman McLeod?
Thank you, Your Worship. This amendment actually deals with most of the questions that I had. I was, in fact, uncomfortable with some of the allocations, but I absolutely am supporting the that we take the room. I think that the CRIPS and ERIPS list highlight the need. The resources are desperately needed, and we've been asking for this money for a long time, and we've been asking for it in many respects for these lists, to cover the costs on these lists. It is prevention money. It is going to save us money in the long run. This is good investment, and I think that by taking out the specifics, what it does is it allows for more public consultation. It gives us the room to incorporate what the public has to say into how we actually end up allocating that. But I do think community and protective services is the right way to go, and I like this amendment. Thank you.
Can we see it in the body of the whole motion?
Sure. Thanks, Alderman McLeod. I just see that the language on number 4 has been a bit clarified. Yeah, I think that's fine.
They are directed to
Yeah,
Crips.
2 instead of 4.
Directed to direct funds?
No, directed to Crips and
to
ELIPS.
allocate funds across the Crips and ELIPS list, I think would be better.
That's better.
Okay. Yeah, sure. And if I could even remember what all of it stands for, Dr. Hargesheimer, community.
It's actually Cultural Parks, CPR, Cultural Parks Recreation Infrastructure Investment Plan, and Emergency Response Infrastructure Investment Plan.
Thank you. And they are not, in fact, names of different gangs operating in community services and protective services, right? Well, they kind of are, and they do compete.
I think,
On the amendment, well, it's all coming up. Alderman Chabot, are you ready for us on the amendment?
I think allocated to Crips and
Be
ERIPS.
directed to allocate the funds to the Crips and ERIPS list. I think that's in number 4. It's SPC on CPS be directed to allocate the funds to or across the Crips and ERIPS list. Okay, enough. On the amendment, Alderman Chabot.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, first of all, I
you've got the orange book, Alderman Chabot?
yeah, no, sorry. I'll put it away. No, don't mean to scare you. But on that point, Your Worship, so far I have risen to ask questions on the motion that had been presented, and in light of the questions that or the answers that I received, I decided at that point to put forward a referral motion. So, of course, it's up to your interpretation. My suggestion is that, insofar as I'm concerned, I've only asked questions so far. I haven't really debated any of the motions.
You noticed I'm letting you talk, Alderman Chabot.
I'm just,
Actually, but we're on the amendment now anyway, but yeah.
Yes. No, but I wanted to be clear. I was hoping that I'd at least have an opportunity to debate as somewhat briefly.
Since you were
once
kind
we've
enough,
concluded.
since you were kind enough to extend the courtesy to your colleague, I would imagine your colleagues
And
would
not
be kind enough
challenge
to
the chair on
extend
his
you that
ruling?
courtesy.
Thank you. Yes, Your Worship. Okay. Yeah, to the matter at hand. In regards to this motion, so this, if I read this correctly, takes out any potential public consultation.
Well, I don't think so, actually, Alderman Chabot, because I think the idea is that beyond this very general discussion that it go to community infrastructure, then CPS, which as you well know has a public consultation component, would then be making decisions on how to spend it in the full view of the public.
Okay, so therein lies part of the challenge. The 4.4% is still there as recommendation 1, right? Or 2? So receive this report for information. Recommendation number 2 is set the rate at 4.4%. This is now number 3 and number 4. There is no mention on debating this publicly.
I think it's implied in 4.
4
Because
is only, respectfully, Your Worship, 4 refers to how we're going to spend the money or allocate the money, and whether it be a larger portion for the CRIPS list or a larger portion for the ERIPS list after the fact. This essentially is saying we are taking the room. How we're going to allocate those funds
if
is
all
subject to further debate.
aspects of this motion pass, yes, that's exactly right.
Okay, so
But we will vote on them all separately.
So being as this is a brand new motion, Your Worship, I think really the place to debate this would be at Finance or even at CPS. So if we really truly are interested in hearing what the public has to say about it, then we should debate these kind of motions publicly. This isn't a public forum. It's a public exposure, but it's not an opportunity for the public to weigh in on these debates. Yes. However, this isn't going to committee. This is a decision of council.
No. Hold on.
Be clear on something.
Alderman Chabot's got the floor, but I hear what you're saying, Alderman Chabot. You're saying, look, if we decide on 1 and 2, we've made the big decision already.
Correct.
And then we're letting the sub-decisions go to a public process, correct?
Yeah, so this is not going to committee. Contrary to what members of council might like to say openly while someone else has the floor, it's not going to committee. The decision on how we allocate this money may be subject to further debate at committee, but this decision is not providing any opportunity for the general public to weigh in on it. So I'd like to, being as this is a new motion, different than the one that I had tried to refer to previously, refer this motion to committee.
Which one?
You know, if CPS is where there seems to be an interest in directing this particular recommendation, then I would move that we refer this motion to the Community and Protective Services meeting of April the 6th.
Second.
And I'll listen to further debate, Your Worship. Thank you.
Hold on. We've had a referral motion defeated, but this is a different referral motion to a different committee. Madam Clerk.
Your Worship, it's interesting because if you refer this and that passes, and then the main fails.
Oh, because he's referring the amendment. So it would be appropriate for him to move the referral out once we've dealt with the amendment.
Yes.
Do you understand, Alderman Chabot?
So
at this point, you can only
number
refer the amendment that's on the floor. You can't refer the whole
So
thing.
subsequently, then I could move to refer recommendation number 2 as well?
What I would do is I would wait until we've had the vote on the amendment, and then I'll recognize you again when we're back to the main motion. And if you choose to make a referral motion to the whole darn thing at that point, you may.
Okay, Your Worship, if this referral fails, and I still have the floor, I do have some subsequent amendments I'd like to
Are you going to try to
Thank you.
refer just the amendments, sir?
Sure,
Or do you want to
absolutely.
just
I think I
withdraw
have
it
a
and come back
seconder
to
as
the main
well.
motion? Okay.
Happy to refer the recommendation that's before us, which is the amendment.
All right. Any discussion on this referral, Alderman Putmans? Uh-huh. Demong. It is kind of weird, Alderman Chabot. But you are within your rights. Oh, everyone's standing up at the same time.
Okay, all three of us. I have a point of order, Your Worship.
I think Alderman Putman's got you there first, Alderman Lowe. Mm-hmm.
I think we're in the weeds, and I think Alderman Chabot.
What, just now?
For some time, perhaps. I think Alderman Chabot raises a really, really important point. I think we're deflecting what is the public issue at the moment, and that is, should we take the tax room? While the mood in this room through the morning seems to indicate that we should, I think in fairness and as part of an appropriate public debate, that we tackle that issue head on and not have it as part of an amended motion. It doesn't strike me as the appropriate place to put it. So as a point of order, is there a mechanism to put that key issue on the table at some point right now and vote that issue? And from that, from that, a lot of other issues will follow.
So to answer your question, I'm not sure I would have attempted to refer the amendment because I think it just confuses us a little bit. Once we have dealt with the amendment, remember it's just an amendment, and the main motion is back on the table, that would be the appropriate time to rise and say, I want to have a public consultation on the whole thing.
What, if I may ask, what I'm seeking is a council debate on the subject of whether we should take the room and not have that within the space of Part 1 or Part 2 of an amendment.
When we get back to the main motion, that would be the right time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Uh-oh, Madam Clerk's got the special version of the Orange Book. Yes.
The short one. Your Worship, I do need some information from Alderman Chabot. He's saying to CPS, and it would return to council on April 11th.
Yeah.
And also, what is he seeking to achieve by this? Is it for public consultation? Is that what he's doing?
Yes. Okay. So we should stick that in there too. Thank you.
Okay, it's not often these things get away from me, but this one has.
Sorry.
So if I understand, Alderman Chabot has referred Alderman Farrell's amendment to Community and Protective Services to return to council on April the 11th, to Community and Protective Services for public consultation just on the
Uh-huh.
Not on the main part.
Exactly.
What am I chairing then?
Yeah, I guess, I would not want to be the chair of that committee.
No, me neither, really.
But that's an aside, Your Worship. Okay, at least now I think I understand what weed patch we're in.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Anything else on the referral motion for the amendment? Alderman Stevenson, then McLeod, then Marr.
I'm just a little confused. If this actually passes and we refer this, what do we do with the rest of it?
Then we vote on it. Or refer that too. This was, shall we say, sorry, Alderman Chabot, a particularly ill-timed referral motion, but it is entirely within order, so we've got to debate it. Alderman McLeod?
I guess confusion prevails here. So my question is in respect to why it was referred, and the public consultation piece is what's confusing me, because I'm sorry, that's what I heard you say, and I do support that, but I thought when things went to committee, there was room for public input. I realize it's not the same
That's the whole point. That's the whole point.
So I'm a little confused as to why, like what the connection is here. I missed that part.
So I can help. So the idea is that it's precisely what you're saying. Alderman Chabot was suggesting, sorry, Alderman Chabot, I'll put words in your mouth and I'll let you correct them in your close if you like. Alderman Chabot was suggesting that we do need proper public consultation on this, and that the right way to do this is to send it back to CPS. The only problem is that we did it at the time that the amendment was on the floor, so it's only the amendment that's being referred at the moment, and then we would have to get back to the main motion unamended. I know it's really confusing.
Isn't the amendment to actually do that?
Uh-huh.
All right, I'm just going to sit down. Sorry.
This is my favorite part of the job, Alderman Marr.
Mine too.
My mom always said I should have gone to law school, and now I get to pretend.
Well, you could have been Chima, but now you're you. So, I think that this referral is actually kind of very poorly done, because what we're doing is we're talking about referring the amendment, and then we're talking about something that involves public consultation, whereas the Community Protective Service always has public input. So we would be discussing something. We're already saying we're inviting the public, and I know that members of the public come each and every time, but this doesn't really give council specific direction on how we would have public consultation on, and the referral doesn't actually even say what we're having public debate on. So I won't be supporting this. I think that Alderman Farrell's amendment is actually very, very good, because it achieves everything that we want to achieve. It talks about how we will be investing in Calgarians' future through the CRIPS and ERIPS list, which I think is absolutely a discussion that we need to be having. So I would urge you not to support this referral because it's already being taken care of in the original amendment and the original motion as well, where we will have public debate on the discourse of how to utilize spending and reinvesting in our community. So thank you.
Anyone else on the referral? Alderman Farrell?
Thank you. I think we're getting into a bit of a Mobius loop here, and council has the luxury of making decisions, and perhaps we should. We have discussion and input every year on CRIPS and ERIPS. There's a tremendous amount of rigor in that list, and the reason the list was put together was so that when there are opportunities, we can fund it, and we've already prioritized. So I have no idea why we would want to rediscuss a list that we've discussed, in my view, endlessly. We have an opportunity to set a direction that I'm looking forward to.
Thanks, Alderman Farrell. Alderman Chabot, did you want to close on the referral motion?
Yeah, to try and clear up some confusion, because there seems to be a lot of it around the room. Why do I want to refer this amendment? It's pretty simple. This is very prescriptive in nature. It says we're going to take the entire $42 million and this is the bucket we're putting it in. So why do I want a public consultation? To get the public to weigh in on this debate as to whether or not we should spend the entire $40 million that you guys all seem to want to take. specifically on ERIPS and CRIPS? Or should we be looking at infrastructure, cost savings infrastructure, life cycle maintenance infrastructure that is a critical need, Yes, ERIPS, a lot of those projects are critical needs. Some, not all. Some of them are long-term costs that we're going to have to incur. That's why our ERIPS, there's funded and unfunded. Same with our CRIPS list, funded and unfunded. Anything that's on the funded side is critical. New developments are somewhat curtailed by our ability to provide fire protection. Well, if we can't provide fire protection, then we can actually limit development. So if we don't have the fire protection, there's a solution to this. So why am I referring this? So that we can debate whether or not we want to allocate $42 million for ERIPS and CRIPS to maybe clear up some confusion that's out there.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. On the motion to refer the amendment, then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Call the roll, please.
Alderman Chabot.
Yes.
Alderman Demong.
Yes.
Alderman Farrell. Alderman Hodges. No. Alderman Jones. Yes. Alderman Keating.
No.
Alderman Lowe.
No.
Alderman McLeod.
No.
Alderman Marr.
Nope.
Alderman Pincott.
No.
Alderman Pootmans.
No.
Alderman Stevenson.
No.
Alderman Carra. Mayor Nenshi.
No.
Lost.
Thank you. We've now got the amendment on the floor. I've lost control of my lights here. I believe you already spoken on the amendment, Alderman Marr, yes? All right. On the amendment, Alderman Keating? No. Okay.
Your Worship.
Can I take the time?
I believe I'd asked if I could continue to retain the floor so that I could make subsequent amendments.
I'm sorry.
should
I thought you
this
meant on
fail.
the main motion. You want to keep the floor for the amendment?
Yeah, on this particular referral. Your Worship, the problem that I have with this, as I indicated before, is that it specifies that the entire $42 million be dedicated specifically for, oh, geez, it looks somewhat different here now.
It's I was going to correct you on your last point. It's not just for community infrastructure. It's for community infrastructure and offsetting finance and debt charges. But there's a new line in there versus what we've been talking about in the past, which is that the provision for the savings from those finance charges would go into community infrastructure.
Yeah. What about municipal infrastructure? No, it's not. Actually.
So when you hold on. This is important. When you use the term municipal infrastructure, Alderman Chabot, what do you mean?
Should I be specific, Your Worship? The Andrew Davison building. Yes.
That's on the list.
How is
so
that
what this removes, just to be very, very blunt, what this removes the way it's written now is transportation-related infrastructure. It's saying don't spend it on that. But everything else is fair game. So a lot of the stuff you were talking about in your close just there is stuff that's on the CRIPS and the ERIPS list.
Not the Andrew Davison building, Your Worship.
I don't know. Is the Andrew Davison building? Am I totally wrong on this one, Dr. Chargash? Oh, that's corporate services, right, Mr. Stevens? I apologize. So it removes that too. You're right.
Yeah. So how do we include that back in there, Your Worship? I'm open to your wisdom as to what is the correct
you absolutely
wording.
could make. This is really the fun part of the job. Honestly, it is. You could make an amendment to the amendment, saying community and other municipal infrastructure, or you could say to number 4 that SPC on CPS be directed to allocate the funds across the CRIPS and ERIPS list and other municipal infrastructure.
That would probably be the appropriate location, Your Worship. I would agree with that.
But I'll have to ask, you know my practice, right, to determine whether it's contrary. No, it's an amendment to an amendment, so I think it's okay.
That means...
Is your intent to exclude transportation, Alderman Chabot?
No.
You want to leave it in? I suspect if you leave it in, you might find that the mover of the amendment would find that contrary.
If I want to what?
If you leave transportation out.
Oh, I don't want it to be allocated to transportation.
Okay, so other municipal infrastructure excluding transportation.
Yes.
And then I suspect the mover of the amendment will be willing to let it come to the floor. She may not be willing to vote for it, but I think she'd be willing to let it come to the floor that way. Okay?
Yeah, I think that would suffice in achieving what I was hoping to do through this amendment.
Okay, I need a seconder, please. Thanks, Alderman Stevens.
Okay, just in my brief, try and keep my opening a little bit brief here, Your Worship. As I indicated before, there's some expenditures that we need to make that will have some operational savings. So ultimately, it will save the taxpayer money. And the Andrew Davison building is a prime example of that. Without making use of that infrastructure, we're actually going to be paying additional money and actually costing the taxpayers more money if we can't provide the upgrades necessary to make use of that piece of infrastructure. So no point in having a building if you can't actually put people in it, and that's essentially the position that we're going to be in unless we provide these life cycle upgrades that are required.
Okay, so now we have an amendment to an amendment, and on this one, Alderman Keating.
Thank you, Your Worship. I actually did have some amendments earlier along the same lines as Alderman Farrell that were eliminating some of the confusions on the specificity of amounts and where it was going. I think this finally comes down to where we may all be happy. It is going here, and if it's going to CPS, CPS is going to direct it in a manner which is appropriate along the lines of the intent of the motion. Therefore, I think I finally can support this amendment. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Keating. Again, someone whispering in my ear. Alderman, I'm just going through my list. Alderman Putmans is out of the room. Alderman Lowe on this one, this amendment to the amendment.
Well, Your Worship, I'll speak to the amendment, and to the amendment in that they have both. I think they've brought the focus down to where it should be, and most certainly, as Alderman Farrell has indicated, she can support the amendment to the amendment. I too can support the amendment to the. You didn't say that. You know, the limiting it to CRIPS and ERIPS, acknowledging that there's some other municipal infrastructure, but excluding transportation, most certainly satisfies my concerns going in on this. So I can support it as written, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Lowe. On the amendment to the amendment, Alderman Jones?
Yes and no. I wish we could.
I'll give you all the time of day.
I know. I would just wish we could get back to the main motion and do this after we get to 1, 2, 3, and 4, because I'm having a problem with it in the fact that if I support this but I don't support 1 and 2, I've supported something that I didn't want to support to begin with, but
we will vote. We will vote on 1, 2, 3, and 4 separately.
Well, the argument that I have though is that if we vote on 2 and there's a referral for the public debate, I would rather see it at finance and budget than I would at CPS. Right. Because to me that's where it belongs. 3 and 4 belong at CPS, but I don't know if I'm sold on the list yet because I want to know what the lists are.
Right.
So that's the conundrum that I have.
I hear you, and I would like to close the brackets so that we can get back to the main motion. And at that time, we can certainly think about whether we want to refer the whole thing, whether we want to refer part of it, and so on. So we will certainly have that opportunity. Though I think that this amendment nicely cleans up the original motion so that it'll be a little easier for council to make that decision, and it incorporates what Alderman Stevenson wanted to do, I think. On the amendment to the amendment, Alderman Marr.
Thank you. So I've got a question for administration and other municipal infrastructure excluding transportation. Maybe the city manager is the best place to go with this. Well, how do you interpret that? Is this everything in the but transportation, anything but wheels?
Your Worship, it doesn't leave much else out other than transportation. So I would include municipal infrastructure. That would be what we have another list, which is called CLIPS, which is the corporate infrastructure list.
What color do they wear?
So other than transportation, it's all in there, is how I would interpret that.
Okay, so the CLIPS, did you call it? I've never even heard that.
Your Worship, it's the CLIPS list. It's the corporate level infrastructure investment plan. It has been at the previous to the last 3-year budget. It was at land and asset strategy. Very similarly, it hasn't come back annually, but it's come at the beginning of every 3-year cycle.
Okay. Right. So how much is on that list in terms of a dollar value? I imagine it's more than $42 million.
It is. I didn't bring the list with me today. How big would you like it to be?
Well, I want it to be rather small, actually, because if we're talking about the CRIPS and the ERIPS list now, when we're talking about an infrastructure deficit in community infrastructure of a couple of $1 billion here, and we're only talking about at most $1.4 billion over 30 years, then what we're doing here, Council, is we're actually diluting our ability to focus on recreation and focus on things where the roads are meant to go to. We want people to be able to have an opportunity to make use of different community infrastructure, fire halls to protect their homes, and places to go, like rec centers. So I won't be supporting this because I think what it does is it dilutes it too much. I don't think Calgarians want us to invest in, no offense, in corporate properties where we will be renovating office buildings for city staff. I think they want to see something where we will be able to have something to show for it. So we'll have new rec centers, we'll have renovated pools, we'll have places where people have an opportunity to enjoy the rest of their lives, not just focus on things for the City of Calgary as a corporation. So I won't be supporting this, and I urge you not to as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Marr. Anyone else on the amendment to the amendment? Alderman Farrell.
Thank you. I understand the intent of this, and I know that there's significant need in that area as well. But there's not enough for us to, in this particular tranche of funding, for us to do it all. And the last time we had some tax room was when council made a decision to target it for our new beat police and clean to the core. There was a huge need there. We identified that need. We provided a targeted response that's been incredibly successful. And I think we need to do the same with this available funding. And so while I understand the need that Mr. Stevens' group has, we'll have to leave that to another day. I'm focused on dealing with the deficits in CRIPS and ERIPS at this point. Thank you.
Alderman Stevenson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't have the concern from the last two speakers because this is something that's going out for discussion, and it's going to CPS, which is going to be primarily focusing on the items that come under CPS. But if there is a demand from the public and from others, and there's a significant argument or debate there at that point that something else like the Andrew Davidson should be included in there, then we shouldn't be afraid of that. It'll be an open discussion at that point, and that's when those decisions will be made. Let's not exclude that possibility. So I will support this.
Thanks, Alderman Stevenson. Alderman Chabot to close.
Thank you, Worship. Well, the intent, of course, is to at least provide additional opportunities for us to look at maximizing on the available dollars. We, as a corporation, are always looking for improved efficiencies through consolidation, and a prime example of that is when we decided to move the police into a central location to, again, consolidate a number of different services that occupied a number of different buildings. But through that process now, we end up with a new building that we keep arguing there's no point in building the building, i.e. a fire hall, if we can't staff it. Well, here we've got a case where we've got the building and we have the staff, and it's an opportunity for us to, again, consolidate maybe some business units within that building, but that building has to be functional. And if we can make it functional and more efficient than it currently is, there's double whammy there. Save on consolidation and save on operational costs from a heating and maintenance perspective. So it even has some environmental aspects to it, in that it's going to be saving some greenhouse gases by virtue of increased efficiency. So this is just one portion of making this motion a little bit better, Subsequent to this motion, whether this passes or not, I do have another subsequent amendment that I would like to make a recommendation number 3. Thank you. Close.
Thank you, Alderman Chabot. So on the amendment to the amendment, are we agreed?
Agreed.
Opposed? Call the roll, please.
Alderman Demong.
Yes.
Alderman Farrell.
No.
Alderman Hodges. Alderman Jones.
Yes.
Alderman Keating.
Yes.
Alderman Lowe.
Yes.
Alderman McLeod.
No.
Alderman Marr.
No.
Alderman Pincott.
No.
Alderman Pootmans.
Yes.
Alderman Stevenson.
Yes.
Alderman Carra.
Yes.
Alderman Chabot.
Yes.
Mayor Nenshi.
Yes.
Carried, your worship.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Much as it terrifies me to say it, Alderman Chabot, you've still got the floor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, the 42 million, I think, is something that it's a little challenging for me, Your Worship. I don't know what the number is going to end up being. I think this, again, presupposes an outcome of what I can only assume may end up happening on any subsequent amendments. I know personally I would like to make some amendments. I know Alderman Demong is interested in making some amendments. So rather than putting a specific number, assuming that there's a potential that it could vary, could we not have said rather that the variance, the annual variance, be spent on and then listing the rest of the items?
Can I suggest the following, Alderman Chabot? I assume that the amendment you're referring to, you'll want to change the 4.4 to some other number.
Correct.
So when you put that amendment, just change this number accordingly,
That
so
this
we can
number
deal with
reflect
it
that
together.
number?
Exactly. So just do it at that time. That's what I would do.
Well, I'll gladly relinquish the floor on that point, Your Worship, and if you'll recognize me for that at the appropriate time, and you're willing to recognize me for that, I will relinquish the floor. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot, and I will. Okay, so any further discussion on this amendment before I call on Alderman Farrell to close? Alderman Farrell to close. Closed? All right, on the amendment, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Oh, sorry, Alderman Chabot is opposed. Carried. Back to the main motion, Alderman Chabot. He said he wanted the floor when we got back to the main motion. I'm being nice.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I didn't expect to be recognized that quickly. So this would be recommendation 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right. So I'm not sure what the number is going to end up being, Your Worship, but I think if we used 50% of the tax rate specifically to address these issues of the variance that's been created, and then gave the other 50% back to the taxpayer to, again, offset the proposed increase, that is the amendment that I'd like to put. Now, I'm not sure what the resultant percentage is going to be, but Mr. Sawyer could probably provide some guidance in regards to what amendment I need to make to achieve my objective.
Second.
Your Worship, so I'm taking it from your Alderman Chabot that you'd be looking for the calculation based on 21 million rather than 42 million. And I've got the, if we did that, we would get a combined rate of actually 2.8% on the residential and 3.4% on the non-residential. That would yield 21 million.
And what would the blended rate be, Mr. Sawyer, if you have that?
Sorry, the blended rate would be 2.8% on the residential and 3.4% on the non-residential. That's the blended rate.
I'm sort of proud of myself, Mr. Sawyer, because I just did the calculation on the back of a sheet, and I got the same number. Yay, I can do arithmetic.
3.4.
So 2.8 and 21 million, Alderman Chabot, if that's what you're suggesting.
Both residential and non-residential. So the 4.4% has varying residential and non-residential rates incorporated within the 4.4, correct?
The actual municipal portion, yes. The rates differ between the residential and the non-residential.
So
at 4.4% composite.
Yes, and so what would be the composite number then, Mr. Sawyer, for making this amendment? Do we have that? Do you know that number? Because essentially, at the end of the day, isn't that not what we approve here?
Yes, Alderman Marr.
Your Worship, as much as I appreciate Alderman Chabot's idea here, I think that's actually completely contrary to the entire spirit of the debate that we've been having for the last 3 hours. So I'd like a ruling of that.
I'm going to allow it, Alderman Marr, because I think that council should be able to debate the option of not just don't take it or take it all, but to look at stuff in between. So again, you're welcome to challenge the chair, but I think this is fair discussion.
Thank you.
Yeah, it may be contrary to the spirit, but I don't think it's contrary to the motion that's on the floor. And at the end of the day, on a point of order, Your Worship, that would be probably the point you would want to rise on.
But Alderman Chabot, may I interrupt you just for a moment, because I'm confused about something, and I think there may have been a small error in the original motion. Mr. Sawyer, the original motion says for both residential and non-residential at 4.4. Does that number actually lead to the $42 million, or was the non-residential different than the res? I was under the impression it was residential at 4.4 and non-residential at another number, and I just didn't notice, my own fault, when the motion was put that it said residential and non-residential.
7.1
for. Your Worship, based on taking the $42 million room, the residential, maybe I can just walk through this, on the municipal side, 10.4%, provincial minus 2.5%, for a combined rate of 4.4. On the non-residential side, 7.1%, minus 2.5 on the provincial, for a composite of 4.4, and that would generate the 42 million.
Sorry, so it was just the last number. Walk through the non-residential again.
So on the non-residential, and I believe this is in the report itself.
Oh yeah, you're right.
It would be 7.1% on the non-res for the municipal piece, minus 2.5 on the provincial piece, for a combined 4.4.
I'm sorry, I was just confused. I'm sorry, I've just wasted everyone's time, but it makes sense now. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. So then if we're looking at a composite rate, being as this is a composite rate to 4.4, somehow we manipulate or change the number from the non-residential versus the residential to accomplish a blended composite rate of 4.4. So that's what I was looking for, Your Worship, from Mr. Sawyer, was what the composite blended residential, non-residential rate would be, how we incorporate that internally as far as what percentage increase on the residential versus what percentage increase on the non-residential to achieve that number. Based on what I've seen, if 50% more or less of our tax comes from the residential and 50% comes from non-residential, it would lend me to assume that the 3.4 and 2.8 that Mr. Sawyer referenced could be added and divided by 2 to achieve a blended rate of 3.1. Does that not sound reasonable?
Your Worship, I guess just to clarify our approach here, we've basically taken that reduction, the 42 down to the 21, and provided it proportionally over the residential and the non-residential. And as you know, the weighting of the percent of funds that come on the residential side and the non-residential side are not the same. So when I take that approach, I get the numbers I referred to. If council wanted to direct a combined tax rate increase for both the non-res and the res at the same number, we could do that, but that would be a shifting between the two classes.
Well, Your Worship, respectfully, Mr. Sawyer, please don't sit down just yet. So herein is part of the challenge, and I think His Worship, may also be challenged by this, is that what we're looking at approving here is 4.4%. Of that, to get the 4.4 and to get the $42 million, it includes a varying rate for residential and non-residential. They're not the same, the municipal portion. I don't dispute that. So maintaining that same level of increase percentage-wise for the non-residential and the residential and ending up with a specific number, such as the 4.4, how we allocate to residential and non-residential is not something that we need to agree to here. And I'm just looking for what that net number is. Not how much for residential and how much for non-residential, because it's not segregated out here. It's blended. See my point?
Your Worship, based on the calculation we'd done here, I think I had cited a 2.8 on the residential, 3.4 on the non-res. If council wanted to direct a single composite number, it would be roughly about 3.1. I don't have the calculation in front of me. I can get it over the lunch hour.
Okay.
But I think it would be in around there.
Okay. Well, that would be the amendment that I would propose, Your Worship. And like I said, I just did a quick calculation, added 3.4 and 2.8, assuming they're 50-50 more or less. Ends up 6.2 divided by 2 equals 3.1. So, rough calculation. It may be not 100% accurate. How we distribute those amounts specifically internally, it's not what I'm trying to get at here, Your Worship. I'm trying to achieve the same thing we're doing here, which is give one number so that we don't have to say this much for residential, this much for non-residential, and actually giving 50% back of the taxes to the taxpayer. And so on that, I'll listen to further debate, and if need be, I'm sure it will probably carry into the lunch hour, and then we can get the exact figure, Your Worship.
And then your intent is to move an amendment at that time?
Worship, my intent is to move the motion based on the 50% return back to the taxpayers. And whatever that number ends up being is what I'm moving, but my understanding is we need to work on that specific number.
So tell you what, we've got a few minutes before our lunch break here. I'd like to hear from a couple of your colleagues, and then, although it will probably give a couple of your colleagues a coronary, I will recognize you yet again when you've got the number in order to move the amendment. Okay, I'll recognize Alderman Demong when you've got the number to move the amendment.
Yeah, because he's agreed to second the motion, so.
He's going to sit down now. Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Farrell.
Thank you.
Your Worship, I'm sorry, do we have a motion on the floor?
No, we're on the main motion right now.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I
We were debating a theoretical amendment that never actually came.
I'm ready to debate the amendment that's not before us then.
Second.
Yeah.
I can recognize you once the amendment is before us, and if Madam Clerk allows me, I might just bang the gavel. How about I just bang the gavel now? So we will be back at 10 minutes after 1. Thank you.
Council, we're back in session. Andre Chabot, I think we're putting you back in front of us for like the 9th time.
Thank you, Your Worship. Hopefully it'll be the 9th and the last time, although I won't guarantee that. All depends on the outcome of this decision. So my recommendation, based on advice from Mr. Sawyer, is that the composite blended rate should be 3.1% to achieve my objective, which is to capture $21 million in addition to our revenue. I'll leave it at that and listen to any discussion around it and try and address it in my close. Thank you, Your Worship.
So sorry, So sorry, Alderman Chabot. So you're saying that it should be 3.1% and that 42 becomes 21?
Correct.
Okay, so the 42 million in item 3 becomes 21.
But of course, assuming that this passes.
Well, they're both part of the same amendment.
Thank you, as you addressed earlier. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay. All right, then. On the amendment as... Oh, and Alderman Demong, you're seconding that? Thank you. On the amendment as proposed, Alderman Farrell.
Thank you. Well, I'll maybe repeat myself a little bit. Council, we've been begging the province for decades to give us some tax room. And the reason we've been asking for this funding is not frivolous. It's to fund deferred maintenance. It's to fund old rec centers and improve them. It's to build new rec centers that we desperately need. It's to build fire halls. This is for infrastructure that we're desperate for. And if we choose not to take this funding, I think the province has a good argument in saying, well, you don't really need it, I guess, do you? So I don't know how we could possibly go forward by refusing some of this funding. And I think really the discussion is to what need do we direct it to? And so I hope Council does not support this amendment. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Farrell. On the amendment, Alderman Keating. On the amendment, Alderman Marr.
Thank you. Well, as much as I appreciate the concept of what Alderman Chabot is asking for, what I think this does is it halves our ability to do the infrastructure that we're trying to do. But let's not forget that this is not one-time funding. Let's not forget that this is an opportunity for us to reinvest in our citizens' infrastructure. What we would do now is we've widened the pool to include everything but transportation, and then by doing that, we've diluted it so much, and now taking it another half away, what's going to be left? How are you going to build a Southeast recreational facility? How are you going to build the Northwest recreational facility? How are you going to build a new library and reinvest in the aging infrastructure that we already have if we're taking half of the money off the table? I won't support this for that very reason. Thank you.
Thank you. On the amendment, Alderman Jones.
Well, Your Worship, for some reason, I just feel we've done this all wrong. We've wasted an entire morning on 3 and 4. We should have decided on 1 and 2 first. And after we've done 1 and 2, then we decide on 3 and 4. Because if 1 and 2 don't pass, then 3 and 4 was a mute conversation this morning. It never should have happened. I still feel like we're in a Dutch auction now, like what's the best figure. And I would still like to see it to go back to finance for a public debate on it, and then I'll decide whether I want to vote for it or against it. But at this point in time, I'm not voting for either one of them.
Thanks, Alderman Jones. Going through my list here. On the amendment, Alderman McLeod.
Thank you, Your Worship. I concur with what's been said already about the fact that we've been pleading with the province that we need money for infrastructure. We continue to apply for money. They've handed it to us. This is an opportunity to get exactly what we have asked for, and I don't believe it requires debate. I have the CRIP lists here. And on this list, there's a page and a half of high priority items for parks, culture, parks, and recreation. There's another half a page for emergency response that includes Station 1 rehabilitation, 911 telephone system, East McLeod Emergency Response Station. I mean, the list goes on and on. These things are important. Even, in Ward 4, when you look, there's a number of them just in the red there. And I think it's really important that we take this money and we do what we said we were going to do with it instead of going back after the fact and saying, no, we actually do need more money, but we want to plead with you instead of taking what you've given us. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman McLeod. On the amendment, Alderman Demong.
Well, on a number of points. The province has not handed us the money. The province has handed the taxpayers their money back. What we're doing is taking it back from the taxpayers. Let's look at it for reality what it is. This is not the province saying, here's money, guys, it's yours to do with as you will. It's back to the taxpayers. We're, in effect, increasing the taxes that we're charging to the taxpayers from the municipality's behalf. On the lines of Alderman Marr's statement that it is forever money, it's in the tax base, and it goes on and on. This council seems preoccupied with cups of coffee. In the fall, it was described that it was a cup of coffee that we're asking a month. Granted, a very large, very expensive cup of coffee from my likings, but a cup of coffee. This is the equivalent of yet another cup of coffee. That will go on and on ad infinitum. And that's the way it goes. If we keep doing it incrementally, that's how the taxes continue to creep up on over and over again. At least with this situation, we can say to the taxpayers, listen, we are trying our best to give you some of your money back. Yes, we will keep it for these incredibly important items and expenses, but we should be trying to give some back to the taxpayers whenever possible.
Thank you very much, Alderman Demong. On the amendment, Alderman Pootmans.
Thank you, Worship. Alderman Johnson, Alderman MacLeod spoke to my points effectively. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Pootmans. On the amendment, Alderman Stevenson.
Thank you, Your Worship. The fact is that very little of our money that we need to operate this city comes directly from the Calgary taxpayer. Most of it is filtered through Edmonton, and a small percentage of it comes back after they get finished their washing of it. So here we are in a situation. This is not something that should be taken lightly. This is a fight that we've been having for years about the property tax and the fact that we should be able to keep more of the property tax, stop this money from going to Edmonton. And here we have, finally, they have given us a piece of that, opened that room up for us to keep that money here. And so I think it would be hypocritical, at least for sure of myself, to support any movement to cut this down when they've given us this room. We've been arguing constantly through the AUMA and through our city here that we need to have the room. We would like to get them right out of the property tax altogether and eliminate all these grants and different ways that they have of handing out 5-foot checks or showing up someplace with a 5-foot check to give to either a community association or a nonprofit or a city project. We should be keeping all of this money here and operating our city with it. So please do not support this. We need to take what room's been given us, and then we can have the debate about whether or not we want to turn some of this over to our taxpayers to decide where, in fact, it should be going and where it should be spent. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else on the amendment before I call on Alderman Chabot to close? Alderman Chabot to close.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, it's been a very interesting debate here this morning on a number of points. Just want to reiterate something that one of my colleagues to my left here mentioned, that about how this isn't our money. We can only approve the municipal portion of our tax increase. We cannot approve the education portion that the province chooses to take out of this municipality. And to say that this is money that's being given up by the province, I think is a bit of a misnomer. The fact is the province is taking another $3.27 for every man, woman, and child out of this municipality in 2011 as compared to 2010. The province is still taking more money out of this municipality. And of course, I'm assuming 1.1 million people in Calgary. We're not quite there yet, but close enough for all intent and purpose as far as rough calculation. If the province were willing to give up money, I'd be the first one to jump on that bandwagon. The fact that they're taking more money out of this municipality means they're not taking less from us. They're taking $73 million a year more out of this municipality than they had agreed to take in 2000 when they said they would cap the education portion. If they gave us any of that kind of money, I would take all of it if they were to give it. give it up, because essentially that's already built into the tax base. This proposal, Council, doesn't say we're not taking money from the province. We're not taking up some of the tax room that they've given us. Essentially, we're adding to our municipal tax. We're adding to our base. This essentially will give us $20 million to our base in perpetuity. What happens next year is something that we can address at that point. I don't buy the argument that the province is really giving up this tax room for us. They're providing an opportunity for us to decide on whether to tax Calgarians more to address our municipal needs or not. It's our decision. Their decision is to take whatever portion they decide that they want to take in addition for their education portion. It's, you know, we make light of this whole issue, but in fact, what it amounts to is predictable, ongoing funding that does result in a tax increase to the taxpayers. What we approved in November, if you want to look at the blended rate, was actually 2.3% increase, not 4.6, because we only regulate 50% of the tax base. The government controls the other 50%. Okay, this is going to change us to a slightly different modal split. If we approve this, that we will then take a larger percentage of the property tax, but it's increased to our net revenue. So 42 million, I think, is just a little too much to try and ask for as an increase for the Calgary taxpayers. I think 21 million and providing a blended rate of 3.1% is a good compromise. It increases our revenue and it lessens the impact on the average taxpayer on the blended rate. It still increases our percentage significantly, far above what it was that I said I would agree to, but looking at what our infrastructure needs are, knowing that the province is trying to help us out by way of this mechanism, I'm willing to support at least a 50-50 split, and hope Council will consider supporting this as well. It's the right thing to do.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. On the amendment, then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Call the roll, please.
Alderman Farrell. Alderman Hodges. Alderman Jones. Alderman Keating.
No.
Alderman Lowe.
No.
Alderman McLeod.
No.
Alderman Marr.
No.
Alderman Pincott.
No.
Alderman Pootmans.
No.
Alderman Stevenson.
No.
Alderman Carra.
No.
Alderman Chabot.
Yes.
Alderman Demong.
Yes.
Mayor Nenshi.
No.
Lost.
Thank you. Back now to the main motion. On the main motion, Alderman Keating.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm extremely honored and happy to be the first person debating this motion, even though it started at 9:30 this morning. But let's talk about where we're at. And it was suggested that there's lofty and honorable goals that we're trying to do. And that in some ways that's true. But there is a time, and I'm going away from my usual watch the tax base modem, if you want to call it, in realizing that this is an opportunity that we don't often see. We are not changing, if you want to call it, the bill that goes to the taxpayer. We are not changing the idea of what was coming in the future. What we're doing is we're saying the province is not taking as much from us as they normally do. Let's use that possibility to go forward. I campaigned on the fact that the tax base and the service base are out of alignment. And whether they're too high one way and too low the other, we have to bring that alignment together. And this allows us that possibility. And once we get that alignment in place, then we get into our zero-based tax on an annual level. We have to make sure that that alignment is there first. We are looking at doing some possibility of P3s for rec centers that are desperately needed, that taxpayers have been calling for a long, long time, as well as many other facilities in the southeast that we do not have. The response I've received is saying, do what you campaigned for, get us the facilities we're crying for. And this gives us that capability of doing that. The availability payments and everything, if the P3s are approved, and that's still an if, but we still have to go down that route and saying, where are we going to get it? If they're approved, we have to either raise taxes later, or we have to put it into the budget and reduce services elsewhere. And yes, we have to look at the way we do business at the city, do things differently, best practice. I live in an area that does not have one skating rink. I live in an area that does not have one swimming pool. I live in an area that does not have one library. I can go on to indoor soccer facilities, public gymnasiums, public fitness centers. My area is desperately needed of these facilities. They are saying, give it to us. This is a way to do it. The Southeast, in many ways, are underserved. Deep South, extremely well. And we need to go down this avenue. I like the way it has come out because it's open-ended. We can talk about amounts later, but we have to use this room and move forward. So I definitely will support this. Even though it is talking about taxes, we have to get that alignment there. This allows us to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Keating. Alderman Chabot has reminded me that he did say he had a couple more things he wanted to say. This is the very last one, Alderman Chabot.
Your Worship, I'm not going to make amendments. This is a motion as amended, and I think I'm fully within my rights to actually debate this motion.
You've actually already spoken on this motion as amended, but I'm being nice to you. Go.
No, I actually tried to make an amendment.
Yeah, you already spoke on the motion too. Go.
Okay. Anyways, very briefly, Council, when we were debating the motion, I agreed to the 4.6%, looking for additional funding from the police department. They had agreed to provide us an additional $2 million in fine revenue, and I think I'm contributing significantly to that myself lately. The blended rate here, I'm doing some quick math on the residential versus non-residential, works out to about an 8.75% increase on the municipal portion of it, and I didn't sign up for that. I would have been willing to agree to something in the range of 5.5% to 6%, and adding $21 million to our base budget. This is far beyond any kind of tax increase that I could ever imagine myself supporting, and I can't believe the council would consider supporting this as it's proposed, because it's the portion that we control is the only thing that is actually being debated here, not the provincial portion.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. On the main motion as amended, Alderman Hodges.
Just for clarification, Your Worship, is this the main motion as amended with Alderman Farrell's amendment?
Correct.
And we have it on the screen in its entirety?
Correct.
Okay. We're still shooting for April 11th then. Okay. Thank you.
I am going to call them separately, but before I do that, amazingly, I think we may have exhausted the debate. So, Alderman Carra, would you mind?
I'd be honored. Mayor Nenshi.
Thanks very much. There we go. Folks, I don't like this much. I don't like where we have ended up, because I think that this has been confusing, and I think it's been very difficult for us to really have clarity on what's being proposed here. So, to back up, we've heard a lot of discussion about the numbers on all of this, and I want to be very, very clear. When we passed our budget in November, we said to the taxpayers, for our portion of the increase, we're looking at about 4.4%, comes out to about $4.50 a month for your average house, and we expect that the province will match or roughly match what we're doing. So the average house will end up with about a $9 a month increase. And that was a discussion we had after a lot of debate. What we've now been told is that if we keep the increase to the average house precisely what we said it would be in November, in fact, it's a little less than what I thought. It comes out to $8.16 a month. And if we keep that at $8.16 a month, it means the taxpayer is paying what they thought they would pay in September, but that we know for sure that a portion of that money is coming to the City of Calgary instead of going to Edmonton, where it may or may not ever be used for the purposes of the City of Calgary. Now, to be fair, this is the province's own discussion, and I myself was a bit flabbergasted that they reduced the level of their education property tax take while massively cutting the budget to education. But that was a debate that they themselves made and that they themselves decided. What we have to do today is say to ourselves, do we want the taxpayer to be able to pay precisely what we told them they would be paying in September, but with the assurance that that money is going to go to things that are under our control, and that the taxpayer can come back to us, mayor and council, and say, we didn't want you to do that, or we don't want you to pay for these things, instead of us forever being able to pass the buck. You know, the Southeast LRT is a great example of this. I think if we went around this table, we would find 15 people who passionately want the Southeast LRT to be built. Yet, we don't have the money for it. And so we can say, well, the province or the feds haven't given us the money for it. And who's the taxpayer to blame? They can blame me because maybe I didn't push hard enough for it. They can blame the province because maybe they didn't give us the money. They can blame the feds because there's no national investment strategy in public transit. But in reality, it's just passing the buck. What passing this motion today would allow us to do is have less buck passing and really be able to say, we are responsible to you as the taxpayer. This is a decision that we are taking with our eyes wide open. And again, I must emphasize, I would not support this if it went to the operating budget. But because this is going to support things that we are normally begging other levels of government to pay for, I think this is entirely legitimate, because we can then stand in front of the taxpayer ourselves and say, we're taking this from you and this is what you're getting in return. The big problem we have in our community right now, in my opinion, is not the base level of taxes. It's that citizens have lost the relationship between the taxes they pay and the services they receive. And this is a small step towards repairing that relationship so that people really understand that what they're giving is going to that level of government that is closest to them and that is able to give them the services that they need. So I think that's the right thing to do. I think it's something that I personally have been pushing for. Every single time I meet with anyone from another level of government, I beg them for money for precisely the projects we're looking at. Right? This is what we do. And the fact that we've now been given the opportunity by one of these levels of government to fund these programs, which is precisely what I've been begging for and we've all been begging for so long, it would be foolish for us, I think, not to give up on this. I would like to hear from the public. I really want to know from the public what their priorities are and where they think this money ought to be spent. That's why I didn't like presupposing that some of it goes to the Central Library and so on. I think that this motion is a very nice compromise. It says we're going to be responsible for this, but we're going to the public to ask them precisely how they would want to have it allocated. After all that debate, I think we've gotten somewhere that I can really get behind, and I urge Council to get behind it as well.
Thank you, Mayor Nenshi. I will now call the debate.
Alderman Marr might want to close.
Oh, Alderman Mars. Would you like to close?
I'm not going to pass up the opportunity. So, do you ever? I have once or twice. Actually, that's probably not true. Okay, so...
Somebody check the record.
No, let's not do that. So thank you, Council. And I really have enjoyed this discussion because we have an opportunity that was all of a sudden sprung on us. This is not something that we'd planned for, nor is it something that we were able to anticipate, which means that we were not able to go through a noble budget process where we'd have an opportunity to have a more detailed discussion on what should we do with this allocation. The fact of the matter is that for the average citizen, this is a major investment opportunity. We can choose to give it back to Calgarians, and we could say, yeah, you could reinvest in your community, or you could take the 30 or 40 or whatever dollars per year that this amounts to be. And when I was looking at some of the comments that I've been getting from constituents right now, they're saying that, to me, that's a small amount of money. But collectively, it's incredible. We have an opportunity here to start building and reinvesting in things that really shape and transform Calgary. Sure, we have roads and we've been working on infrastructure and we're building West LRT, things like that, where Calgarians can go from place to place. But this allows us, Council, this allows us to build stuff where Calgarians can go to, where they can recreate, where they can allow, for the first time, for new infrastructure a new public library, recreational facilities in the southeast where we have 150,000 people for the last 9 years haven't had any new investment. We'll have the opportunity to build in the north, in the south, in the east, and the west. It's a citywide infrastructure opportunity. If we turn our backs on this now, we will never get another opportunity like this. Calgarians deserve us to take a leadership role in deciding, as we are elected to do, make decisions on behalf of Calgarians in their best interests. You will hear from constituents. You will hear from citizens saying, that's my money. You'll hear people saying, I would rather be able to use that for my own personal discretion. And that's a fair and valid comment. But you'll also be hearing from Calgarians saying, invest in ourselves. Take that opportunity, seize this day, use the power that you have to build and make sure that we're keeping our city a strong, vibrant, and wonderful place to live. Council, I urge you to utilize this, to take this opportunity and reinvest in ourselves. Closed.
Thank you, Alderman Marr. So on point 1, to receive 2011-26 for information, are we agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? Point of order? Recorded vote? We've got a recorded vote requested for number 2.
One of these is yours here. There's a deputy mayor one right there.
Excellent.
On the recorded vote, Alderman Marr for, Alderman Hodges for, Alderman Farrell for, Mayor Nenshi for, Alderman Chabot against, Alderman DeBong against, Alderman McLeod for, Alderman Lowe for, Alderman Pootmans for, Alderman Keating for, Alderman Stevenson for, Alderman Jones against, Alderman Pincott for, Deputy Mayor Carra for. It's carried.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of council, recorded vote on, I'm assuming we're doing recorded vote? It hasn't been asked for, so I will ask number 3 that 42 million annually be spent on community infrastructure, etc. All in favor?
Agreed.
Opposed?
Got 3.
3 opposed? Okay, I will ask for a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Marr?
Yes.
Alderman Pincott? No. Alderman Pootmans? Alderman Stevenson? Yes. Alderman Carra, oh, sorry, Your Worship. Alderman Chabot?
No.
Alderman DeBong?
No.
Alderman Farrell? Yes. Alderman Hodges?
Yes.
Alderman Jones?
Yes.
Alderman Keating?
Yes.
Alderman Lowe?
Yes.
Alderman McLeod?
Yes.
Mayor Nenshi?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Carra.
Yes.
Carried.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ladies and gentlemen, number 4. Are we all in favor?
Yes.
Opposed? That's carried.
needed. Thank you very much, colleagues, for what I think was an exceptionally principled and thoughtful debate on all sides. Times like this that I appreciate having all of you around this table, so thank you. We have deferred 6.1.2 to the end of our agenda today, so we'll go to 6.1.3, C 2011-28, Group 1 Local Improvement Projects. Alrighty, so I will take a motion to accept these recommendations, please. Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Lowe. Any discussion on these? Alderman Chabot.
Thank you. In the report, it indicates on page 2 that council will be informed by administration at the 2011 March 21 meeting of any additional petitions received subsequent to preparation of this report. Were there any additional petitions received?
Mr. Logan?
Your Worship, no, there were not.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Alderman Carra?
Thank you. In your debate on the last item, Mayor Nenshi, you spoke about the desire of Calgarians to see that their money is spent close to home. I have a lot of people who are living in communities that have been paying property taxes into the system for decades and decades and decades, and then they get hit with a property tax bill to improve the sidewalk. And the question my office gets all the time is, how come our property taxes aren't paying into a fund that will support the the maintenance of the infrastructure that's held in common? And what I would like to propose is a notice of motion that General Manager Logan has. And I actually have been going back and forth with General Manager Logan on this quite a bit. I haven't seen the finalized wording, but the philosophy here is that I would like, as we do the 3-year budgetary debate, I'd like to start talking about actually having a chunk of the property taxes that people pay for the local improvements over the course of 50 years. And so I'm asking that we discuss that philosophical concept and direct administration to come back to us with the ramifications on that as part of the next budgetary cycle. And I'm hoping that that's expressed in this notice of motion.
Okay, so you can't do this now, Alderman Carra. What you can do, so you got 2 choices, sir.
Okay.
Choice number 1 is we could do this as a motion arising after we deal with the motion on the floor at the moment. Choice number 2 is for you to bring this forward through the notice of motion process for our next meeting. If I were you, I love starting sentences like if I were you, I would put this through the regular notice of motion process so that your colleagues have the chance to grapple with it a bit before they have a chance to debate, because you're not asking for a report, you're actually asking that we do stuff.
Well, actually, I was hoping, okay, then I will reword that.
Okay.
And then
so
I'm happy to come forward.
Yeah, maybe I can work with you on this and we'll get it into the notice of motion process for the 11th meeting.
I would appreciate that.
Okay.
I just think with, General Manager Logan, how many of these have been successfully petitioned?
Your Worship, approximately a third of the city-initiated local improvements have been successfully petitioned against.
I can tell you a lot of those came out of my elderly, long-standing wards, and people are saying, I've been paying property taxes for 60 years. How come I have to? What do my property taxes pay for? And I think that's a good question. Okay.
Alderman Putmans.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I'm not sure to whom I should be addressing this. 144 of...
Alderman Putmans.
Beg pardon?
I always address it to the universe, and I find an answer comes.
I'm unaccustomed to addressing the universe, as you might be. Approximately 3/4 of these occur in Ward 9. There are other wards which have aging infrastructure. Is there a particular program in Ward 9, or this seems like a bit of an outlier?
Mr. Logan?
Your Worship, that would be reflective of the age of the communities and a program to this year maybe Ward 9, next year maybe Ward 8 or Ward 10, or it's...
So there's a bit of a street, because of obviously other wards have similarly...
It's not intentional, that just happened to be the way it came out this year.
Except maybe the marble.
So, okay, so it really is a rotating shift. The spotlight is cast.
It's not rotated by ward. It's not...
All evidence to the contrary.
It reflects the age of the communities more than the wards.
Thank you, General Manager Logan. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Pootmans. Alderman Hodges.
Sorry, Your Worship, we're going to see a notice of motion, which is out of order, but now it's back in.
Thanks, Alderman Hodges. Alderman Keating.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like a little background information on why we need a bylaw to do this. What is the cost of the increases? How many were initiated by taxpayers? How many by the city? Looking for some information on this, just why we're in this situation.
Yeah. Actually, Mr. Logan, it's probably a good idea for the new members of council if you could just take a moment and explain a little bit about how the process gets us here. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Twice a year, administration brings forward local improvements to first council's consideration, and the reason that it comes through as a bylaw is that the costs of these improvements are applied to the property tax and applied to specific properties in question. So that has to be done through a bylaw process. The nature of the improvements are typically threefold. First are projects that are initiated by residents, and those could be for, they're predominantly for paving of rear lanes. I would say that's the most common form that they take. So all of the residents on a lane would get together and have a petition to pave their lane. They come to the city assesses the cost and allocates it amongst the property owners. And then there's a process where the residents on the lane are allowed to oppose maybe a petition that another resident has come up with. And you do see some of those in your package today. And part of the bylaws indicates in one of the columns, it's the one of the first columns on the left-hand side of the bylaw indicates how it was initiated. Number 2 is for a resident initiated. Number 1 is for an aldermanic initiated. Those are unusual, but they do occur. And then number 3 would be projects initiated by the administration. And what's encapsulated there are replacement of sidewalk and curb and gutter predominantly that have reached their life cycle, and more than 50% of the infrastructure on a given block face requires replacement. So we, the city, initiate a local improvement, and the city pays for 50% of that cost, and 50% of the cost is distributed amongst the adjacent property owners. The other thing that happens is that the property owner is not allocated 100% of that cost in 1 year. The cost of the improvement in front of their home is spread out over 15 years. So let's say the improvement was $1,500 for a specific property. That would show up on their property tax at $100 a year plus interest, and the current interest on the 15-year note is about 4%.
Okay, so then I guess a follow-up question would be if we look at the first page, which is 4 of 20, all of them are in Ward 9, and if we take the per year, I'm assuming that's the amount that the property taxpayer would pay, even though it's divided amongst 15. I'm looking at that, and that would be in excess of $10,000, $11,000. And that's just one page, is that correct, or am I reading that
no,
wrong?
I don't think you're interpreting that quite right.
Okay.
That would be, if you look at the second last column on the right-hand side.
Per meter?
The per meter cost.
Yes.
So a 30-foot lot would be 10 meters, give or take. 33-foot lot is 10 meters, so that would be $160.20 per year. Okay.
Then right next to it, in the last one, it says per year is $122.07.
That would be for the entire improvement.
For that property owner?
No, for that particular project.
$122 for one fix?
So, yes. I think the key number here is the per meter charge, because it's going to vary by lot. So the charge is $16 per frontage meter. So depending on, in this particular case, on the first item, for example, there's 7.62 meters of frontage, and that would translate to about $122.
It's just one person's house.
Correct.
So that's where it's confusing, Alderman Keating. The one that you're looking at is just one person's house.
There
So if
you
you
go.
look a little further down,
Then
find
that's-
something
yep.
that has more meterage, like say the west side 6A Street, northeast 4th Avenue to 527 6A, then it makes a little more sense.
So then let's go back to that first one because it's good to know that. But that $122 is the cost of the total repair or of the owner's portion
That is the owner's annual portion.
for that one repair. So that's that one house. Yeah. So if there are other ones, and not all of these would be directed to the across the board in the neighborhood, they would be specific to the location of where it's being to that homeowner.
This neighborhood obviously has been reviewed, and any block face that's found to have more than 50% in need of repair or replacement those are the block faces that we initiate these improvements on.
Thank you very much, because as I was going through and not having specific knowledge, it looked like Ward 9 was getting for a heck of a tax rate. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate on this item? All right, then, on the recommendations, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. So this is the first of my getting to talk like an auctioneer today. We're going to have more of these. Here we go. On Bylaw 1R 2011, first reading, are we agreed? Second reading, are we agreed? Authorization for third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Third reading, are we agreed? All right. Bylaw 2R 2011, first reading, are we agreed? Second reading, are we agreed? Authorization for third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Third reading, are we agreed? Carried. 3R 2011, first reading, are we agreed? Second reading, are we agreed? Authorization for third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Third reading, are we agreed? Carried. Okay. That takes us then to 614 in your agenda. Oh, we're going to do the in-camera first, right? So I'll take a motion to go.
I thought there were 3 bylaws. Sorry.
I did all 3.
Just that's what the auction was. You agreed to all 3.
I was going really fast.
Quicker than my old ears can hear you.
I'll move that we go in camera.
So moved by Alderman Hodges that we go in camera to discuss 10.1 on your agenda. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Stevenson. Are we agreed? Any opposed? All right, we're going to adjourn. We're going to move in camera to discuss this item, then we'll be back to report on this item and continue with the agenda. Yeah.
Should we rise and report? Second.
Thank you, Your Worship. With regard to the verbal briefing on the progress of negotiations with the Airport Authority, I move that Council receive this verbal report for information, and number 2, that this verbal report and discussions remain confidential pursuant to sections 23(1)(b), 24(1)(b), 24(1)(c), 25(1)(c), 27(1)(b) of the FOIP. Thank you.
I had Alderman Jones seconding that. Are we agreed? Great. Any opposed? So we're going to do that in the next one, if that's okay. It's the public, yeah. So we had we had a number of questions that we felt would be much better addressed out here in public. And the next item on the agenda is actually a report on the Airport Trail underpass. So that's 6.1.4 in your agenda. So I'll take a motion on this recommendation, please. Thanks, Alderman Stevenson. Alderman Jones. Very well. Now, Alderman Jones.
Well, Your Worship, to Mr. Logan, with the imminent closure of Barlow Trail happening next week, a couple of the concerns that I've had over the last couple of weeks, I've had a few people from the oil and gas industry phone me, and Alderman Stevenson's had the same kind of calls they build tankers and compressors, these huge tankers and compressors that have to be delivered to northern Alberta. And with the closure of Barlow Trail, there's no way to get these wide loads and the height because of the height restrictions as well out of the area of Horizon McCall. And I was wondering what the city's doing to address the fact that a lot of these are under construction right now and they can't just simply dismantle them and take them in little pieces because they come in large units. Is the city doing anything, or is the airport going to give them an extension of a couple of weeks to get these things out, or how are we going to get them down either 32nd Avenue or McKnight Boulevard to get them out of the city?
Your Worship, thank you for that question. The airport authority has been approached and have declined to extend the closure of Barlow Trail. However, they have worked with us to find an alternative route around the west side of the airport to use some roads that are on airport lands, whereby we will be able to accommodate these oversized loads to get them northwards and out of that northeast industrial area. That's a short-term fix. We continue to work on a longer-term solution so that we can have a permanent high-load corridor coming out of the northeast area of Calgary. These are specifically the manufacturers that are south of McKnight Boulevard that we're struggling with.
And another question that I was asked also was with the closure of Barlow, there was and I don't know if this is for you or Dr. Hargesheimer, there was a significant pathway system that stretched from McKnight through to the airport. What's going to happen with the pathway system? Is it a total closure? Or?
Your Worship, no. It's a partial closure. The pathway system from the south getting up to the, I guess it's called the North McCall area, where, for example, where the WestJet headquarters are, and some of the employees that are actively using that are the WestJet employees. That will remain intact. That will be restored so that employees can use that. However, the link from McCall through to the north area, the terminal area, is gone, and it will not be restored.
So is there going to be any provision on Métis Trail maybe as well then?
There will be provision on Country Hills Boulevard, and at the moment there is no bike path on Métis Trail. It actually runs through the community, not along the expressway. But we are going to build a new link along the north end of the airport to get people around the north end.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Alderman Jones. Alderman Farrell?
Thank you. Mr. Logan, when the tunnel was first being voted on, well, not first, but maybe sixth time being voted on by council, and it was successful, I had amended it that we negotiate with the landowners, impacted or benefiting landowners, I guess, on sharing some of the costs in light of our cost of growth discussions in other areas. And I'm wondering how that negotiation is going.
Your Worship, our understanding was that we were asked to look at alternative forms of financing, and one form being applying an acreage assessment levy to the northeast sector of the city so that the benefiting lands would contribute towards the project. The advice that I got from administration was that for lands that had already received their subdivision or substantial land use approval, that it would be problematic to retroactively apply those charges. What we pursued then alternatively was to apply that project to the overall transportation improvements that are funded through acreage assessment levies across the city of Calgary. So that has been done, and that's part of the negotiations that are on right now. So it isn't exactly what you had asked us to do, but the advice that I got was that was going to be difficult to accomplish. We also investigated some alternative forms of toll roads and things like that.
So we've got a lot of undeveloped land. I could see areas that already have their approvals.
Yes.
But this is supposed to benefit the landowners beyond that. Why wouldn't we look at a specific levy for this, since they so desperately want it?
We can. It's going to be quite a process to do that. That's all I'm saying. If we maybe as part of a subsequent report we bring back here, I can explain that in further detail. I guess my feeling there, Your Worship, was that we have a mechanism in place that will apply to the lands that are currently vacant but already have that approval, so we can actually capture that development by using the acreage assessment that we negotiate with the Urban Development Institute.
Okay, so that's capturing that.
Yes.
What about the lands that don't have their approval?
It would get them as well. The only lands that it would not capture are those outside the city.
No, and we have no control over that. But the so does it take any off the MSI bill? How much is it? It's not been quantified, and if we hear the struggles that administration have on costs of growth and unfunded infrastructure, and yet we have an opportunity here because council agreed to look at that direction.
Mm-hmm.
I expect something a little bit more meaningful than
so you
just a verbal report.
Fair enough. Understood. I think what I'm hearing then, Your Worship, is that you would like something a little more aggressive with respect to the lands in the northeast as far as an acreage assessment.
Yeah, it's a council's made a decision to fund this. That was council's decision. However, we also put forward a direction to explore other opportunities for funding. That's what I'm expecting.
Well, Your Worship, with all due respect, I'm not opposed to that, but I think we would need pretty clear direction from council to take that kind of an aggressive approach to acreage assessments.
I think what we could have now is what mechanisms could we use with that in order to help fund that infrastructure? What mechanisms are available to us? And then it will be council's decision on whether or not they want to take them.
Well, Mr. Tully could probably help me out here, Your Worship, but under the MGA, we do have the ability to assess off-site transportation charges to benefiting areas.
So what I think would be helpful, since it was part of the direction that council made when the vote on the tunnel was made, is that we have those options brought back to us in a form of a report, not just verbal on the floor of council, and then we can make that decision.
Yeah, I think that I was going to suggest that perhaps we needed another motion, but as you know, you correctly point out that at the time we approved the moving forward on the tunnel, that was part of the motion, as I recall. So, Mr. Logan, if you could take that under advisement, we probably, at one of our upcoming briefings on this, should probably spend a bit of time on this exact issue.
Happy to, Your Worship. Our expectation was that wasn't part of today's update, but we do have a report back obligation there.
Absolutely. So if we could incorporate that into it, that'd be great.
I'll look forward to that information.
Thanks, Alderman Farrell. Alderman Stevenson? If I may. Mr. Logan, I had the great pleasure last week of being on one of the inaugural Route 100 buses to the airport, which I think will actually make a difference because 2 weeks today is not going to be a fun commute day. And in fact, it is, I believe, 2 weeks today that the Barlow Trail closes. So the Route 100 was actually pretty adequate, jumping along 36th Street there. Could you just remind us what the timeline is on the completion of Métis Trail and what that will mean for the transit and road commuting on the alternate once Barlow Trail closes? That was a really mealy-mouthed way of saying, I think that once Métis Trail is open, about 10 minutes, 6 to 10 minutes will be cut off, both the driving and the bus time, but I'm not sure that's true.
Your Worship, what's underway right now is, as you know, Barlow Trail will close 2 weeks today, and the city has undertaken a number of measures to offset that impact to the overall transportation network. One that Council's aware of is that we've upgraded 36th Street. The airport is built a connection from the south end of 36th Street, south of 64th Avenue, over to the existing Barlow Trail at 48th Avenue. That is now open to traffic. And we're installing a new traffic light at Country Hills and Barlow. Now, with respect to the substantive improvement, which is Métis Trail, preliminary grading has started on that project between 80th Avenue and 96th Avenue, which is the missing link, if you will. And that road is scheduled to be open for construction, open to traffic towards the end of September. That would, I would suggest that 6 to 8 minutes would probably be a little more than they would save there, but over the long term, that'll provide a good, high-quality route from the north end of the LRT for our express bus over to the terminal area.
Great. Excuse me. Thank you. Alderman Stevenson to close.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I just want to say that I'm really appreciative of the work that our administration has been doing on this. It's been really interesting to get the weekly updates, and I appreciate all the departments working together and the amount of time that's been put into this, not only by our administration, but obviously by the airport's administration too, because there's a lot of meetings that take place, seems like every day. There's multiple phone calls or meetings. So I appreciate the work they're doing, and what this is doing is just giving us an update today, and hopefully we'll have something definitive for the next council meeting. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Stevenson, and I'll take the privilege of the chair to echo what Alderman Stevenson is saying. I'm sure the folks at the airport are working very hard on this, and I know that our administration are pulling in absolute yeoman's work on completely impossible deadlines to try and implement council's will here, so I thank you very much for that. So on the motion then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Farrell is opposed. Carried. Okay. So that takes us then to 6.1.5 in your agenda, C 2011-30, Regulation of Digital, Electronic, or Computer Signage Task Force. This is just the terms of reference, folks, hopefully not an entire repeat of the last meeting. Alderman Marr.
So I'll take the opportunity now to move it, Your Worship. Thank you.
And do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Pincott. Did you want to introduce it, Alderman Marr? Okay. Any debate on this one? Alderman Farrell.
Thank you. I'm very interested in this issue, so I'm hoping that I can be invited to any meetings that are coming up.
I think the rule is that all task forces are open to all members of council.
Yes.
So, Madam Clerk, if we could make sure that the dates are circulated, that would be lovely.
We'll always circulate, but I mean, on this one, there would only be questions, et cetera, unless council agrees to go otherwise. Like you wouldn't have debate and those kinds of things, motions moved. So it would be up to council if they wanted to amend that. Other
okay, but there's also a public meeting, right? So if other members of council wanted to go, they could go.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll make sure they're all circulated and posted.
Wonderful, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure that the chair will be more than happy, whoever that happens to be, to keep things on the straight and narrow, because ultimately this report is going to go back to committee so that they can have a more wholesome discussion on what exactly we're going to put forward. So.
Thank you. And I know that Alderman Demong has been dying for an opportunity to chair, so I'll just put that out there as you decide on your chair at the first meeting. Any other discussion on this one? All right, then, on the recommendation to approve the terms of reference, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Okay. That takes us to 6.1.6, E 2011-01 in your agenda. That is a deferral request for the review of our agreement with the airport. Can I have someone move this, please? Alderman Stevenson, seconded Alderman Jones. Thank you. Any debate on this one? Very well, then. On the deferral request, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Okay. Report of the SPC on community and protective services. Alderman Marr.
Thank you, Your Worship. At this time, I would like to move the recommendations of the committee.
On all four?
On all items, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Farrell. Okay, so on CPS 2011-13, Crime Prevention Investment Plan. Any discussion on this one? Okay. On the recommendations, then, are we agreed?
Agreed.
Any opposed? Carried. On 6.2.2, Fair Calgary policy review of tax-supported age-based differential fees. Alderman Hodges.
Your Worship and members of council, just to be brief, this is heading exactly where I thought it might be. I've commented on this process before. Review of tax-supported age-based differential fees. Recommendation 2 is the one that is going to be the little time bomb, which is no surprise coming on in September. So I'd just like you to call it separately so I can be marked opposed, please.
Thanks, Alderman Hodges. Alderman Keating?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just like to follow up on that, because if you look on the second page, 2 of 3, the third bullet on the right-hand side, where it starts common percentage, and there it increases the seniors 40 to 60%. I did vote against it at that time because I think if we're doing this and you're putting in a variable reduction, you do it in such a way to keep it at today's rate and then adjust it accordingly. But what this does is automatically raise the fare without proper discussion on whether that's appropriate. Thank you.
Alderman Stevenson?
Thank you, Your Worship. No, that was one of the things that was discussed, is that there was, I don't think anyone had the appetite to all of a sudden greatly increase the seniors' fare. But on number 3 says more clarity on the grandparenting clause, because that's the thing that we need definitely to look down the road at a way of clearing this up, because we're trying to do something that's fair. And when a person that is a senior that is getting a yearly pass for $35, and regardless of their income, and when someone that is a single parent on a low income has to pay 10 times or more, 12 times as much for their pass, I don't know of any seniors that think that's fair either. So what needs to be done is we need to have some clarity on how this could be done with grandfathering or grandmothering the people that are existing that have this benefit, but come to some type of a plan over a period of time where there's some fairness, because that's what it's all about, is fair Calgary. Thank you.
Alderman Lowe?
If I could have a little clarification. I wasn't at the meeting. I read the report, of course, but it seems to me the fundamental issue, sort of the driving issue in this, is the bulge of baby boomers that are moving into that category now. Is that correct, Dr. Hargesheimer?
Well, I think at committee, yes, that's correct. But I also think that we had a very great discussion about the fact that the definition of seniors is changing, and that there's a big difference between 55 and older categories of seniors, and that to lump them all together, 55, 65, all of those are much different than they might have been many years ago in terms of their ability to pay as well as their activity. So it is related to addressing an issue prior to having a major impact on our services as a result of that.
Okay, so that's the way I read number 2. Number 3 is to recognize the need for a grandfathering system of something in here. Is that
the grandparenting is actually in the
parenting, I'm sorry.
Yes, well, it was actually, the addendum actually addressed this, and it actually said that anyone it was actually addressed throughout. I'm not sure if I can find an exact reference here. There was a condition in the addendum that said that if you currently have a qualified, that wouldn't be taken away from you. It would be on a go-forward basis. It was right in the policy.
Okay. It's good. Thank you, Your Worship.
Yeah.
Thanks, Alderman Lowe. Alderman Chabot?
Thank you. Just a couple of issues, Your Worship. I'm not sure why the recommendations came before us the way they have, because the operative clause in the closing, and further to return to SPC on Community Protective Services no later than 2011 September, and think that clause can stand on its own and probably should have been a recommendation number 4. I'm not sure why it's worded the way it is, because the way the recommendations have come forward, I was with some of my other colleagues, I'm a little concerned about where this is headed. And while I support the idea of the parenting clause. I don't necessarily support the idea of the proposed amendments and how they will impact some of the seniors, especially in the less affluent communities, where they certainly don't want to have to go through a means test if they don't have to justify getting a decreased rate on some of their passes and so forth, and different subsidies that they may be entitled to just by virtue of age. So first of all, you're ruling on whether or not that should be recommendation number 4, and if you could call recommendation number 3 separately, because that is one that I could support.
I've already been asked to call them all separately, so I will. And I'm going to do the last bit as though it were a number 4. Okay? Except I'm not going to do it. Alderman Carra is going to do it.
Mayor Nenshi, I'm assuming you relinquished the chair to me because you had something to say?
I do have something to say. I'm very, very uncomfortable with this entire report, where it's come from and the philosophy behind it. And the reason for that is because this is one of those areas where I think we've hung so hard on principle that we actually are not looking at the realistic implication of what we're doing. And one of my challenges here is this. The Fair Calgary policy, as it's written, has these numbers in it for what the discount levels should be, which I'm sure were the result of much, much debate. But to apply this across the board strikes me as extraordinarily arbitrary. And the big problem here is that we're looking at the revenue from the service, but the Fair Calgary policy does not look at the marginal cost to provide the service. And that's the big challenge that I have. So if, for example, we are keeping a swimming pool open on Tuesday mornings when it would not otherwise be open in order to have a seniors aquafit class, then to me that's a very, very, very different situation than a senior who's taking the bus outside of peak hours when the bus and the train are empty anyway, and we're providing that service anyway, and the marginal cost is 0. So if we were to come back with something that was a little more thoughtful that said, for example, we'll keep the vastly discounted seniors bus pass because it doesn't cost us anything to provide that service, but you can't use the bus pass during peak hours, for example. That would be completely acceptable to me. And I think the real challenge here is that the way this is written and the way this thing follows, that we're so hung up on the principle of the policy, we're not actually looking at thoughtful, creative ways of addressing the issues. And that's why I'm really not supportive of this referral motion, because it sends us forward in a way that I'm not happy with. I know that our administration are very smart, and I know they'll come back with these thoughtful things now that I've said it. But I really want to make sure that we are not hanging our hats so high on the policy and the numbers in the policy without actually thinking about the piece, which is the cost to provide the services. If we can give someone a bonus because the cost of us to provide that service is so very low, I am all for doing that.
And that's that? You don't want to make any... Oh, Alderman Farrell, to close? No, not to close?
No, I didn't move the motion, but I did make these amendments based very, very much on the same philosophy as our mayor just talked about. Because I think we're attaching a cost to seniors' transit pass, assuming that the seniors who are using it during peak. And my experience is, depending on the age of the senior, and there is a there's differential between age of seniors. They're the working senior. Alderman Lowe is one example, and then there are the very elderly who are going to the doctor in midday and really aren't costing the system. And so I think we need to understand that, as well as what's the social obligation of a society when someone becomes very elderly and has no other option to move around the city without any association with income, but just they have no ability to drive, or it benefits the city for them to use other means of transport. So that was the point of this referral, was to look at things a little bit more I think it's more subtle than that. And then there also is, and that's why we talked about a graduated seniors discount, because I think we have to recognize that being a senior starting at 65 can last for 30 years, and we should be looking at it in a, I think, more closely. So I'm going to be meeting with members of administration because they were uncertain really what I was trying to get at. But that's exactly what I was trying to get at. So your point is exactly why this referral was made.
Extremely helpful. Thank you.
And I'm not sure what the process is, Dr. Hagersheimer, but perhaps you might want to talk about the process that we're going to go into in order to clarify the intent of this motion.
Well, Your Worship, I've been taking notes, and we'll absolutely ensure that we've got this all factored in. I think the next steps, the reason that we have it until September is because there's an important rate or fee fare setting coming to LPT, I think, in May. And so we'll be gathering some more data, working with Calgary Transit on some of the questions you've asked here today and what the options are. Perhaps providing an update at that time and then taking all of that input into the September report. So that's why the delay in the return on this one, because we wanted to factor in that opportunity of debate in May.
Okay, thank you. And also, Mr. Logan, for us to really understand the true costs of the seniors transit pass, because I think they're just counting individuals and assuming they're using the system while at the peak. We need to be more subtle in that. So it'll be an interesting exercise, but one we need to go through. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Farrell. Any other discussion? Who moved this? Alderman Mar, would you like to close? All right, I will call the question separately. Point number 1, how the age-based differential fits with income and ability. All in favor? Opposed? 3. 3 opposed. Okay, we need to call the roll. Madam Clerk?
Alderman Pootmans.
Agreed. Agreed.
Alderman Stevenson.
Yes.
Alderman Chabot.
No.
Alderman, sorry, Your Worship. Alderman Demong.
No.
Alderman Farrell. Yes. Alderman Hodges.
Yes.
Alderman Jones.
Yes.
Alderman Keating.
No.
Alderman Lowe.
Yes.
Alderman McLeod.
Yes.
Alderman Marr.
Yes.
Alderman Pincott.
Yes.
Mayor Nenshi.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Carra.
Thank you for remembering. Yes.
Carried.
Okay, that's carried. Moving on to number 2, more analysis on a graduated seniors discount for transit, recognizing changing demographics and differing abilities. Same division?
No, it's not the same division.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman McLeod.
Agreed.
Alderman Marr.
Yes.
Alderman Pincott.
Yes.
Alderman Pootmans.
Yes.
Alderman Stevenson.
Yes.
Alderman Chabot.
No.
Alderman Demong.
No.
Alderman Farrell.
Yes.
Alderman Hodges.
No.
Alderman Jones.
Yes.
Alderman Keating.
No.
Alderman Lowe.
Yes.
Mayor Nenshi. Deputy Mayor Carra.
Yes.
Carried.
Number 3, more clarity on the grandparenting clause. All in favor? Same division? All in favor? Opposed? 2 opposed? That's carried.
Who is
That's
opposed?
Alderman Hodges and Alderman Keating are opposed. And point number 4 is to return through the SPC on community and protective services no later than 2011 September. Are we agreed on that? Agreed. Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you.
Oh, fun. I've been looking forward to this all day. Okay. Where are we? Special tax bylaws. So we're on 6.2.3. Special tax bylaws. It's already been moved and seconded. Any discussion on this one? Alderman Chabot.
Yes, Your Worship, this is the one I'm thinking. I think I was actually opposed to this. Oh, no, not this one. Sorry, Your Worship. It was actually on the consent agenda, but I think I had to leave the meeting before we actually called the question, so I wasn't recorded as being opposed. Thank you.
Perhaps, I actually don't know who to ask this, but given the questions we had on the previous one, perhaps someone in administration could just very briefly tell us about the process that leads to these special tax bylaws as well.
Special treatment.
Dr. Hargesheimer?
So, Your Worship, the community can choose to petition the residents in the community association for an enhanced maintenance agreement. And in the case of the communities that are here, they have all chosen to do that and have determined that the majority of residents are willing to pay more to have a higher standard of maintenance in their communities. That is plantings and mowings and those kind of things on boulevards and so on. And so when they do that, as you can see, the special tax annual budget summary provides this amount of money, quite a range for the various communities on attachment 1 of the report. And these communities don't necessarily need to engage parks staff to be doing this work. They can certainly choose to contract it out, but in many cases they choose to request the additional maintenance from our City of Calgary Parks staff.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that explanation. It's helpful for people to understand when we get into these technical things what we're actually doing. Alderman Demong?
I realize that this has a lot to do with parks, but I am quite confused or concerned why this would be going strictly to CPS and not to F&C. Dealing with its tax bylaws of any nature, I would assume, should go there.
Dr. Hargesheimer?
There's no real reason or division between the two committees. I think it's traditionally gone to parks because many times the communities wanted to come and explain why they needed the maintenance and those kind of things. So it was very much more what we would like to see in our communities discussion as opposed to the financing. And so yes, in order to provide these additional services and additional maintenance, it does need a special tax bylaw. But the main thrust of the debate over the years has been related to parks maintenance, which is why it started out at Community Protective Services.
Okay. Like I said, I'm just curious because it seems that poor Alderman Marr over there seems to be extremely busy in CPS, and F&C could use the extra work.
Alderman Lowe, your light's not on to respond to that. No, don't. Alderman Putmans.
Asked and answered. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Alderman Putmans. Any further discussion on this item? All right, then. On the recommendations, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. You know, Alderman Chabot, don't disagree. Now I really get to be like an auctioneer. Ready? On bylaw 21M 2011, first reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Thank you. Second reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Authorization for third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. 22M 2011, first reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Second reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Authorization for third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Third reading, are we agreed? Thank you. Alderman Chabot is opposed. 23M 2011, first reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Second reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Authorization for third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. 24M 2011, first reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Second reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. I'm really having fun. Authorization for third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Third reading, are we agreed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. 25M 2011, first reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Second reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Authorization for third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. 26M 20. Oh, sorry, Alderman Chabot. Missed that one. 26M 2011, first reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Second reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Authorization for third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. 27M 2011, first reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Second reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Authorization for third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? It's having fun. Third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. 28M 2011, first reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Second reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Authorization for third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Third reading, are we agreed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. 29M 2011, first reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot. Second reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot. Authorization for third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? And third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. That was 29, I think. 30, 2011, first reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot. Second reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot. Authorization for third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Phew. Time. All right. Thank you. CPS 2011-18 then, which is item 6.2.4 on your agenda, terms of reference for a food system assessment. It's been moved and seconded. Discussion on this item. Alderman Jones.
Well, I'm just wondering why the Environmental Advisory Committee, the environmental issue, is reporting to CPS and not to Utilities and Environment.
That is an outstanding question. Dr. Hargesheimer.
Well, when this originally came, it was related to the community standards bylaw and the keeping of animals for food in yards. And so there was two elements to this. The first one was, this is about locally grown food. So if you'll recall, this was before, this was in the spring of last year, where we dealt with the issue of whether or not there should be urban farming in the city, which is a community standards bylaw issue. So that's why it originally started off in community protective services. And so now we also didn't know how this would ultimately land in terms of how would the food system assessment then proceed through some kind of a public review. And so it was not until the Environmental Advisory Committee this fall determined that, yes, in fact, they would see this as one of their sustainability initiatives, that they took the lead on this. So this is a very recent development. We would certainly be pleased to hand it over to UNE in the future. However, that's the history of this report.
Okay.
We're not laughing at you, Alderman Jones. We're laughing at the fact that we killed the poor closed captioning person in all of those votes. She's just come back. He or she has come back. Thank you, he or she, wherever you are. Okay. Further discussion on this item? Very well, then. On the recommendations, are we agreed? Oh, I'm sorry. No, sorry. Alderman Pootmans stood up. Sorry, Alderman Pootmans, I didn't see your light on. Rewind, go ahead.
Thank you. I think I need more background on this. It mystifies me that we're concerned that there's no comprehensive food system assessment for Calgary. There's probably no comprehensive energy management system for the city in terms of delivering fuel or electrical. There's a host of things that the private sector or utilities do on our behalf. And I'm just wondering why we're committing resources to dig into this. There are elements of this that make sense, healthy yards, community gardens, things like that. But to preoccupy ourselves with a comprehensive food system assessment for the city, there must be background to this or some logic to it, because on its own it leaves me somewhat mystified. Thank you, Your Honor.
Alderman Pootmans, you're not the only one. Mr. Tobert's going to respond to you, and then I suspect a couple of your colleagues will have something to say too. And maybe I will too.
Your Worship, this is a topic for which members of the administration have an uneven distribution of passion.
Wow, that was polite.
There are members of the administration who are extremely interested in this, and they've worked with members of the community. Specifically, this came up, as no joke, through Imagine Calgary, whereby having local food was seen as an important objective for this community. Given the kind of world that we seem to be moving into, having access to locally grown food was seen as a priority. And as is normal the case, the administration is responsive to the wishes of council, and we undertook this work.
Thank you. Have we taken a similar, I mean, if one is going to go down that road, then to be comprehensive and look after the interests of the city, should we not include water, electricity, and a host of other necessities of life? Oh, no, I'm not. Oh, geez, I shouldn't have done.
I don't think it was a rhetorical question. We have an answer for it.
All you need to do is give us direction, Your Worship.
I feel like I'm in a rabbit hole. I'll sit down now. Thank you, Your Worship.
Never feel like you're in a rabbit hole, Alderman Putmans, and know that you have a sympathetic ear on this one, at least in this chair. Alderman Pincott?
You know, I will, I guess, respond that to, and I'm pleased that we're moving forward, and I do think that EAC is the right place for this to go. Where it ends up at SPC, well, you know, uneven distribution of passion. That said, I mean, this work was initiated by council. This work was initiated by a notice of motion from council. It's right there in the report. But it was ultimately initiated by Calgarians in Imagine Calgary. And I was on the Natural Environment System side table, and it was one of the targets that was set up within Imagine Calgary was around locally grown foods and coming up with a food policy. There is, I do have to say, there is interest out in the broader community. It is something that I have had discussions with community members for a couple of years on this, talking about a food policy, looking at other food policies from other cities, other communities, and what that looks like. And so that is the genesis of all of this. It does go back to Imagine Calgary, but this work specifically is from a notice of motion. So if you would love to do one around energy or electricity, I would be more than happy to second it.
Thanks. Alderman Farrell?
Thank you. Alderman Pootmans brings up water and electricity, and we do have plans for that. We have quite an intricate plan for water, and it has helped inform our whole regional planning exercise. It's mostly based on water in our watershed. And electricity, that's one of the reasons most members of council, when the decision to sell or not sell NMAX, we decided to keep NMAX, was to have an electricity plan. A lot of cities have a food security plan. And if you look back at the history of Calgary, the first woman to get elected on council, Alderman Annie Gale, first woman to get elected in the Commonwealth, got elected based on a food policy, because during that time there wasn't enough food to go around post First World War. And so what we're doing, because Calgarians have asked us to, is to try and prepare for the future that may be uncertain. And local food is a principle that a lot of groups are starting to follow, that we come up with a plan for how to ensure that our citizens have adequate supply of food and locally grown food, which there is surprisingly a lot of it. Hillhurst Sunnyside has the city's first community orchard, and it's an orchard that supplies a lot of fruit to the residents of Hillhurst Sunnyside, surprisingly. So it may seem esoteric to people, but a lot of people have a lot of passion around this. Thanks.
Thanks, Alderman Farrell. Alderman Mar to close, unless someone else. Alderman Mar to close.
Sorry. Just to respond to some of the questions that Alderman Putman had, this was part of a comprehensive plan that the administration brought forth, and Alderman Hawksworth was one of the ones that brought it through as a notice of motion. Anyway, so there is council direction, which is why it was here, but that's closed. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Mar. On these recommendations, then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Putmans and I are opposed. I noticed there's some folks in the gallery. Are you here for the 55-plus games discussion? I will take a motion then, given the time, to move that item on the agenda next on the agenda and deal with it before the break. Alderman McLeod, seconded Alderman Jones. Are we agreed? Any opposed? All right, Alderman Jones, 9.1.1 in your agenda. Did I get that right?
Your Worship,
I mean 7.1.1.
there is, before I move it, there is an amendment to it.
Okay.
If I could have the city clerk put it on the screen. And it's to the last, therefore, be it resolved, and it had to do with the funding as a guarantor because it wasn't intended that we would backstop it, but we would backstop it from a one-time withdrawal from the FSR if needed. I should indicate to you I've met with a group on a couple of occasions with Mr. Hansen, and it's a request from the group itself. I guess the very first Plus 55 Winter Games was started in Calgary a number of years back, and it hasn't been back since. It's been, and we haven't pursued it. Actually, the group is actually pursuing us. They want it hosted in the city of Calgary. They figured felt it was about time that it came back here. There's about 1,150 participates in it. It's a great economic benefit to the city of Calgary. There's contributions usually from the province of over $500,000. The group will continue to fundraise and hope to fundraise the balance. And there's a request for $100,000 from the CSIF funding as well. And if anybody's interested, and you probably aren't because of time, I do have a 3-minute video that we could stick in that you could look at. It's a promotional video that shows you exactly what the Plus 55 game is all about. The group came to me, and I thought it was a good idea, therefore, the notice of motion.
Do I have a seconder then? Thanks, Alderman Stevenson, and we'll take the notice of motion as amended with what's on the screen there. The wording of the initial notice of motion would have triggered a borrowing bylaw, so this is better. Did I have a seconder? Yes, I did, Alderman Stevenson, right? Alderman Chabot?
Thank you, Your Worship. There probably should be another word or two in there, or one or less. That Calgary backstop, the full.
Yeah, just get rid of that.
Okay. The only other challenge, well, the challenge that I see with this, Your Worship, is that part of the funding, from my understanding of the preamble, is that the province is going to come up with $565,000. So I'm just wondering why we're asking for the full million here. And if the province is backstopping it, why don't we just backstop the difference between the $565,000 and the $330,000? And Alderman Jones maybe can address that in his close. Or Dr. Hargesheimer, can you answer that question for him?
Yes, actually, it's in the notice of motion, and it's in the on the second page where it says, now whereas it is typically expected that the host city is committed to contributing some funding support, which is the $100,000, but also providing assurance of the overall financial viability. And so we have been asked to provide the backstop. And when I spoke to Mr. Sawyer, he indicated that we would have to do a loan bylaw for this, which is quite complicated and onerous. And so now this is just basically suggesting we do the backstop with cash. But we're very optimistic that the group will continue to fundraise and that this is simply a backstop and that we won't have to cash in on this insurance policy.
And so we don't need to put in belts and braces such as contingent on receiving financial support from the provincial government or anything to that effect?
Well, that's on page 1 of this notice of motion where it says, and whereas the estimated cost is $1 million, with contributions from the province estimated at $565,000. So we have some commitments at this point, but they're still coming in, and we also haven't fully realized the opportunity for fundraising.
Mm-hmm. Well, the whereas, I agree, does make reference to the fact that the province is going to give us $565,000, but I don't have a letter in front of me that says that they're going to do that. So it's all based on a verbal report. So I'm a little concerned about it. If I had something in writing to show me that the province has agreed to backstop this, it would certainly help me to make my decision here today.
That was actually my question too, Dr. Hargesheimer, just so that I can understand. Has the province already committed the $500,000?
They have committed through a number of their programs, including casinos and all of those things, which is why we don't have the exact. I actually had a list. I had a summary. I don't think I have it with me today, and that is where these all little pockets of funding from the province came from CFIP and from a number of different fundraising or granting applications through the province. The province didn't write a check for $565,000. This is a accumulation of many small pockets of money, but perhaps Alderman Jones can better articulate that.
Okay, I'll listen to Alderman Jones's close.
Thanks. Anyone else before I call on Alderman Jones to close? Alderman Jones to close.
Closed.
Okay, that is a first. On the recommendation, oh, no, he really is talking, okay.
Well, Your Worship, the understanding I have from the group when they came and met with me with Mr. Hansen was it's traditionally the province does put up half of the cost. So we're based on the fact that traditionally this will happen. I think the reason you haven't got a letter is we don't know who the government's going to be in 2 years either. So it's really tough to presuppose what's going to happen in 2 years. And that's why we're saying backstopping up to $1 million. We're not saying we're going to backstop the whole million. The group has indicated to me as well that they're going to do as much fundraising as they possibly can. I do have a couple of support letters from Winsport and from the Calgary Recreational Cultural Association, Calgary 55 Plus as well, supporting it. And Winsport's putting in dedicating quite a bit of their facilities for the use for free for them to use as well. One of the things I didn't put in here, and I should have probably, was the fact that the $100,000 being requested out of the CSIF funding will be split over 2 years rather than a one-time hit of $100,000. It'll go 50 1 year and 50 the following. I think it's a worthwhile event. I think it's an event that brings participation for the Plus 55 group, and I think it's something that Calgary will be very well recognized for.
Procedurally, if the 50, yes, but procedurally, if he, as he mentioned in his close, 50,000 to be taken out of this year and 50,000 out of next year out of Council Strategic Initiative Fund, it should be represented somewhere in this motion.
Not necessarily, Your Worship. It says that it's 100,000. It's up to council to decide if they want to split it. We can do 100,000 this year, or 100,000 next year, or 100,000 the year after. It's irrelevant.
That's true. That's true. The motion allows for any of that. If you wanted to do a motion arising with specific numbers, you could, but I don't really see that.
As a matter of fact, Your Worship, to be honest with you, to tell you the truth, at the end of this year, if we have 50,000 left, I would prefer to use part of this year's budget.
So you can just bring it forward at that time. Okay. So on the recommendations, then, are we agreed?
Agreed.
Any opposed? Carried. Right. We'll see you all in 2013, but before that, we'll see you at 3:47. And we're back. We're at item 6.3, report of the regular committee of the SPC on Finance and Corporate Services. Alderman Lowe.
Your Worship, I'll move the recommendation of the committee. I was not at the committee this time, and Alderman Colley-Urquhart chaired it. She did give me a briefing. It's my understanding if I'm standing here sounding like I'm filling airtime, I'm hoping that Alderman Putmans will return. So there he comes, I think, at a dead run. Alderman Putmans recommendation number 5, which I will not support, was put forward by Alderman Putman at committee, which I understand is asking for a scoping report to extend the e-government to business partners and so on. While I understand the thrust behind it, I guess I have some difficulty fitting this request into the overall scope of the report. So, Your Worship, if you'd call a recommendation separately.
I sure will. Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Alderman Pincott, thank you. Alderman Putmans.
Thank you, Your Worship. Is it appropriate to speak to number 5 now, or when it's called? As in
No, now.
Now, okay. The item 5 is actually very consistent with, among other things, strategy number 4, which is access to city information and data. I think what I've asked for at this point is to expand that mandate to include external stakeholders, not excluding internal stakeholders by any means either, who will be beneficiaries, but in fact those external stakeholders. Excuse me, I think one of the key elements to understand is that our city actually competes internationally for business investment. And one of the ways that prospects research the attractiveness of our city is to do web-based searches. A number of cities are increasingly putting, in some cases, vast amount of information on the web so that people prospecting our city for investment have an opportunity to do the due diligence before committing the resources to a visit to our town. Sometimes these are called geographic interface systems or such things where everything from utilities, land use, available properties, which leads to an updating issue, but the vast amount of information the city has available to a prospect might include, in some cases, wastewater specifications for various areas of town, electrical transmission capacities. And so as a result, I think this information eventually will be on our website and freely accessible to any both local and international people considering relocation to our market. Our ability to do this in itself becomes a marker of the sophistication in our town and the seriousness with which we approach the international market for investment in our city. So I believe that a comprehensive presence on the web with this material is just an absolute fundamental to our success in growing our economy. Whether or not this happens in the immediate future or not will depend on what the scoping of this project looks like. In the past, when I've worked on similar exercises and in fact researched what other cities are doing, it's a significant investment of resources for a city to take the information it has about all of its utilities, about its transportation infrastructure, its transit systems, puts it freely available through a place on the website on a promotional website such as an economic development website, or in some cases perhaps a tourism website, freely available to those who are considering investments in our city. So I would urge Council to please approve number 5 as well as the recommendations. I know at committee the element of aerial photographs was brought up as an example. Typically, systems such as this will not deliver free aerial photographs to people that would otherwise be paying for that service, but merely puts them online so people can get a quick idea of the type of opportunities there are in Calgary, look at the lay of the land in an industrial park or in a commercial area where they might be considering operations. So this is really meant to be part of a business investment, a business attraction vehicle. And fortunately, through committee, we were able to have a debate, but look forward to answering any questions at some point if possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Putmans. Alderman Chabot.
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, who moved this item, if I may ask?
Alderman Lowe.
Alderman Lowe. So Alderman Lowe gets to close. All right. Well, sorry.
Can you believe it?
Just asking that question for the
punchy
benefit
today.
of Alderman Putmans and his ability to maybe answer questions.
I heard that too, but if you were to ask him a question while you've got the floor, he could answer it.
No, actually, Your Worship, I voted against this in committee, and I will be voting against it here as well. In fact, I'm not overly comfortable with the direction that we're taking on this. Not that I'm opposed to increasing our ability to be, I guess, leveraged for providing enhanced service to the residents through e-government. I'm a bit concerned about the intellectual property rights that the city has and the cost that it's incurred to gather all of this information and put it all together. Even we as members of council have to purchase maps and so forth that we get from administration. And the reason for that, of course, is because there's a cost associated with it. There's a cost recovery associated with probably every business unit within the city of Calgary. Now, if this report were somehow to identify exactly what the cost is, and some of these external organizations were willing to keep confidential some of that information due to intellectual property rights, and also provide the funding associated with the cost to implement the system, I might be more inclined to consider it. But short of that, Your Worship, I'm really stretched at supporting this as it stands. Sorry, I sat down.
Well, oddly enough, I had the exact same question as far as costs were concerned. So I ask you, Alderman Putman, if you were to have seen a friendly amendment along those lines, what would that look like?
Alderman Putman, you can answer while he's got the floor.
Thank you, Alderman Chabot and Alderman Duong, for raising those insightful and very useful suggestions to expand the notion of what the scope would look like, and the scope would undoubtedly include the cost. So to make that explicit, I think that I would direct administration, an amendment would read, to scope and determine costs of an e-government roadmap and strategy. As part of the e-government and scope and determine costs would be the amendment. Then the grammar doesn't work out the possibility. May I sit down and draft this?
Scope and possibility and the costs of the e-government.
Okay. There you go. What
Fine.
Alderman Demong just said. Are you moving that as an amendment to Alderman
Yes, I will.
Demong?
Direct administration to scope out the possibility and the costs. Just to
Add
insert
the
it.
3 words "and the costs."
Yeah.
After the word possibility.
Yeah.
Second.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. We've got a seconder. On the amendment, any discussion? Are we agreed? Okay. Any opposed? Carried. All right. So motion as amended, Alderman Demong. You've still got the floor.
Thank you. I am also very intrigued in encouraging businesses in any way, shape, or form to come to the City of Calgary, and if this would do such a thing, I would be all in favor of it. We have a very vibrant business community in Calgary. I would like to continue it as such, and to do so, you need to encourage businesses to relocate to the City of Calgary. Of course, that brings to mind the business tax, which is never really an encouragement to come to the City of Calgary, but I think we'll take that up at a later date. Thank you.
Hopefully soon, Alderman Demong. Alderman Pincott.
Well, thank you. And I just want to encourage everybody to support this. This is important work that the city has undertaken. It is about a whole bunch of things, what we've got before us. We've got the piece about how do we get the information out around for business and to support business moving here, to support business within Calgary itself. E-government is also about how do we interface with citizens and how do we make ourselves, as the report said, more citizen-centric as a government, and looking at the variety of tools that we need to offer to Calgarians so that they can, to use the right jargon term, interface with us. I know, sorry, Alderman Demong. But so that Calgarians can work with their municipal government how they see fit. And there's so many different modes now for people to interact with their government. And e-government is very much about that. This is also about open data. This is also about taking all of the things that we were talking about and making the data that we have here available in a raw format for business, for citizens to use, so that we end up being able to interact with our city out on the streets, in our parks, in our transit system, in a much more vibrant and useful way. So I want to, first and foremost, in standing here, commend administration on the work that they have been doing on this. I know that we are in some ways breaking new ground with this, and when I hear that we have administration who are going out to evenings such as Pints and Pixels to talk about e-government and open data, I think we're doing the right thing. So I want to thank administration on all the work on this. Look forward to a lot more.
Thanks, Alderman Pincott. Alderman Lowe? Oh, you're closing. Hold on. See if there's anyone else. Anyone else?
Worship.
Alderman Hodges.
If you just call, as we did at committee, 2, 3, and 4 separately. I'm not up for $5.5 million worth of expenditures, actually, until I learn more about this. So if you could just call 2, 3, and 4 separately.
And 5.
And 5? Okay. I'll call them all separately. All right. Alderman Lowe.
Well, Your Worship, to close, when Mr. Sawyer and I meet, as we do when we set the agenda for Finance and Corporate Services, actually the language, we developed a recommendation for recommendation number 3 at that point, because the one thing that it seemed to me was that we needed to develop a governance model, and in the discussion we had and my thoughts around it were exactly along the lines that Alderman Chabot and Alderman Bong just spoke about, was get a framework around this, get a governance process in place, see where it can logically expand to, manage its costs and expenses, but also protect the anything proprietary that we have or that we're leasing. So that was the purpose around recommendation number 3. Had I been at committee, I would have explained that. I wasn't, and I am now.
Some dudes.
So hence, while I appreciate the thrust of recommendation number 5, I think the intent, in fact, a much broader scale can be developed by developing an appropriate governance model around it, which if this passes, then the Chief Information Officer and myself are tasked with developing that by July. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Lowe. So we're closed, and I think what I heard is we're going to vote on 1, then we're going to vote on 2, 3, and 4 together, then we're going to vote on 5, okay? Nope. You want them all separate? I can do them all separate. Okay. On recommendation number 1, then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. On recommendation number 2, are we agreed? Any opposed? Aldermans Chabot and Hodges are opposed. On recommendation number 3, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Hodges is opposed. On recommendation number 4, are we agreed? Any opposed? Aldermans Hodges and Chabot are opposed. On recommendation number 5, are we agreed? Any, as amended. Any opposed? Aldermans Chabot and Lowe are opposed. Okay, thank you. So that takes us then to 6.4 in your agenda, a report of the Land and Asset Strategy Committee. Alderman Hodges.
Yes, Your Worship. I'll move this report, which is a proposed method of disposition in the south end of the city for the purposes of southeast corner for the purposes of a electric energy substation for the South Area Hospital.
Okay, and I heard a whole bunch of people say second, so I'm going to say Alderman Farrell. Any discussion on this one? This is 2011-12. All right. Oh, Alderman Chabot, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Well, members of council, I did not support this in committee because I wasn't overly satisfied with the reserve bid. Without going into too much detail, I have expressed my concerns to corporate properties on this issue, and I feel very confident that when we get a report back on the disposition or of this property, that the resultant will be reflected, or my comments will be reflected in the result. I'm confident that it'll be that way.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Anyone else? Alderman Hodges, do you want to close? Thank you very much. On these recommendations then, 6.4.1, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. 6.4.2 then, Alderman Hodges, you moving these as well?
Just move these recommendations as for the annual report on reserve bids for properties coming up in the 2011 tax sale. and notwithstanding the detail in the report, the facts are usually that on or before the day of the tax sale, most of these arrears of taxes are paid.
Thanks very much, Alderman Hodges. Alderman Farrell, are you seconding? Thank you. Any discussion on this one? All right, on the recommendations then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Okay. So that takes us then to bylaw tabulations. So we'll start with 8.1 in your agenda. Tabulation of capital borrowing bylaw to be presented to the City of Calgary. Can I get someone to move this one, please? Alderman Stevenson, seconded Alderman Jones. Any discussion on this one? All right, then. Oh, sorry, Alderman Putmans, go ahead.
Just to pick up from a conversation before, I think that I know people that would like to know, for general information's sake, if the tunnel was to cost more or if the tunnel was not to proceed in either of those eventualities, what would the impact be on this capital borrowing bylaw?
Mr. Sawyer? Thank you for asking that, Alderman Putmans. It was important to get that out.
Your Worship, this is for second and third reading of the borrowing bylaw that covers a piece of the financing of the tunnel. If the tunnel did not proceed for whatever reason, then we would relinquish this bylaw. We certainly will not borrow on this bylaw until there's a firm agreement and we need the funds. So is that?
Thank you.
There was a second part to the question.
Well, as CFO Sawyer was responding, it seemed to me kind of a moot point. Like we're only borrowing a portion of it so far.
Right, but if we were to need an amendment, we would come back.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on this? Alderman Demong.
Just again, a typo on the actual borrowing bylaw, whereas on section 1, to issue one of more debentures, I believe it should be or more.
Thank you. Call that an editorial change. Can we? We really do? All right. All right, so you're moving that amendment, Alderman Demong. Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Pincott. On the amendment, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. All right. Back to the main bylaw as amended. Second reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Oh, sorry, Alderman Lowe is opposed. And Alderman Farrell, did I see your hand there? Okay. Aldermans Lowe and Farrell are opposed. Third reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Aldermans Lowe and Farrell are opposed. All right, thank you. Then we get to 8.2.1, which is bylaw 2B 2011. Can I have someone move this one, please? Thanks, Alderman Lowe. Alderman Stevenson, you're seconding. Thank you. Any discussion on this one? Alderman Chabot, then Alderman Demong. We have to go through first reading first, and then I'll recognize you, all right? Yeah, if that's what you want. Okay. So, sorry, I'm just looking for myself here. So on 2B 2011, first reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Coming to second reading of the bylaw, Alderman Chabot.
Your Worship, thank you for that. The reason that I'm not supportive of 2B or not also of 3B.
Oh, you were so close.
I did say 2B or not to be. 2B or not 3B is, from my perception anyways, although it may fall under the regulated portion where we can actually include this back on our bill, which I believe is what the case is here, that I think that these two things in particular should be funded within the organization and not be relegated back to the municipal entity that is actually tasked with financing the organization or backstopping the organization. So acquisition of furniture, I think that would be something that should be the course of normal course of business and form part of the bottom line. Same with acquisition of fleet and equipment. Distribution network, I appreciate that has a net benefit to all Calgarians. Upgrades and improvements of transmission systems and metering and distribution systems, I have no issue with those ones, but 2B and 3B, I will be voting against all of those recommendations, Your Worship.
Thank you very much for that, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Demong?
Thunder Stealer. That was actually my exact same question. Why does a multi-billion-dollar corporation need to borrow for $100,000 worth of furniture? I'm somewhat mind-boggled by that, but yeah, what he said.
Mr. Tobert actually does have a response for that question, so I'll turn to him.
I believe it has to do with the lowest cost of capital.
What that means is because they can get a much lower interest rate if they go through the city. Yeah.
So if we back them, and if anything goes wrong, the citizens of Calgary have to pay for it because they get a fractionally lower interest rate.
Your Worship, ENMAX is a corporation for which we stand behind all of their activities.
I understand.
So it doesn't really matter where they borrow the money from.
We would still be on the hook.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Okay, great. So second reading of the bylaw then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot and, call the roll, please.
Alderman Demong.
No.
Alderman Farrell.
Yes.
Alderman Hodges.
Just get the microphone. Yes.
Alderman Jones. Yes. Alderman Keating.
No.
Alderman Lowe.
Yes.
Alderman McLeod.
Yes.
Alderman Marr.
Yes.
Alderman Pincott.
Yes.
Alderman Pootmans.
Yes.
Alderman Stevenson.
Yes.
Alderman Carra.
Yes.
Alderman Chabot.
No.
Mayor Nenshi.
Yes.
Carried.
Thank you. Authorization for third reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Third reading of the bylaw, same division, are we agreed? Any opposed? Same division. Thank you. That takes us then to 3B 2011. The rest of these we're only doing first reading because we do have to advertise the others. So from 3 to 5 plus bylaw 19, we're only doing first reading today. So on 3B 2011, first reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot, Demong, and Keating, call the roll. You can't do it on the same thing. So.
Alderman, this is bylaw 3B.
3B. Okay.
And first reading. Alderman Demong.
No.
Alderman Farrell. Yes. Alderman Hodges.
In this case, no.
Alderman Jones.
Yes.
Alderman Keating.
No.
Alderman Lowe.
Yes.
Alderman McLeod.
Yes.
Alderman Marr.
Yes.
Alderman Pincott.
Yes.
Alderman Pootmans.
Yes.
Alderman Stevenson.
Yes.
Alderman Carra.
Yes.
Alderman Chabot.
No.
Mayor Nenshi.
Yes.
Carried.
Thank you. On 4B 2011, first reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. On 5B 2011, first reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. And on 19M 2011, first reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Oh, and Alderman Demong, excuse me. All right. So that then takes us to 6B 2011. What was this one about? This is the one with West LRT and Civic Partners, right? All right, 6B 2011, West LRT and the Civic Partners. Can I have someone move this one, please? Thanks, Alderman Marr. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Farrell. Yes?
I realize that we can only make amendments at second reading, but I'm just curious as to why we can't ask questions on this bylaw before we give it first reading.
Madam Clerk?
Your Worship, your procedure bylaw says that questions and amendments come prior to second, not on first.
Really?
That's what she told me earlier today, too.
Madam Clerk will have to point to me exactly where that is in the procedural bylaw. I'm not going to challenge it. I'm only want to know for future reference, and I will sit down, vote against it, and then ask
we can talk about it at the second one. Thank you. So, first reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? Alderman Chabot and Demong are opposed.
And Your Worship, I probably could have voted for it if I would have been able to ask questions of clarification ahead of time, and I probably will support it in second and third reading. Just curious as to exactly where this is going. This is part of what was the previous LAS report, right? For financing of capital infrastructure upgrades. Is that the way I read this?
So while they're looking for the answer to that question, I'll answer your previous one, Alderman Chabot. Section 162, 1 and 2 are pretty clear on this point.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay.
1 and 2. And page 14, did you say, Madam Clerk? I don't believe I have a little book. Oh, that little book, yes.
All right, so, sorry, Mr. Sawyer, you are ready to answer the question? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. This borrowing bylaw basically relates to our MSI funding and the fact that because of the planned construction schedule combined with delays from the funding from the province, we're incurring some temporary short-term borrowing to basically advance the work, and then the future payments from MSI come off it. So what this borrowing bylaw is doing is two things. It's increasing the allocation to the West LRT. Again, this is already approved as budgets, etc. It's simply providing the ability to fund the West LRT and bring forward the cash flows. And there's a $28 million relinquishment relating to Talisman, which we didn't need that bridge financing for. So we've talked about the bridge financing before. This is simply putting on basically the last element around it for approval, because we need these borrowings to cover the expenditures in 2011 associated with the West LRT.
Okay, sorry, I thought we were on the next one, but being as we're on this one, Mr. Sawyer, if you could please stay standing on this one, because I did certainly have questions on this one. I'm actually kind of happy I voted against it on first reading. The 12B, which talks about relinquishment or abandoning or the repealing of bylaw 12B 2008. That's the 28.5 million, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, if we repeal that bylaw, shouldn't this bylaw then incorporate everything, including the 28.5?
I believe it does.
Is the intent here not to use that 28.5 as part of this capital requirement?
The intent of this bylaw is to repeal the 28.5 million, yes.
Okay, so increase of 328 minus 28 or 328 plus 28?
It's 328 minus 28.5.
So this bylaw should then read 299.5, should it not?
Your Worship, I'm not in the business of correcting the CFO. However, these are not actual borrowings of cash. This is approval to borrow cash. So on one hand, what we're doing is telling council we need $328 million for the West LRT. And oh, by the way, we don't need this borrowing bylaw anymore. So it's a relinquishment. You can't take one off the other because they're for two different projects.
Okay, so I'm not sure why they're contained within this same bylaw.
It's expedient.
Ah, I'm not helping the process.
It was expedient until Alderman Chabot turned his light on.
Okay, so this is part of the 7% of the 10% contingency fund that we had said we want to use some of this MSI funding for bridge financing?
Yes, we're well into that now.
Okay, so we're doing a borrowing bylaw and we're going to use the 7% portion to pay down this debenture?
Yes, at least, yeah.
Or at least the carrying costs associated with it. Thank you for that.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Demong?
Okay. This in no way is indicative of any cost overruns. Does this mean we're actually ahead of schedule? I'm a little muddled as to why Can you try that one more time for me?
Mr. Logan, Mr. Sawyer, whichever one of you wants to take it.
Well, let me clarify the timing, and Mr. Logan can talk about schedule, et cetera. This is strictly putting in place the ability to bridge finance for the 2011 expected expenditures. This has nothing to do with overspending or anything like that. It's simply we're at 2011 and we'll need to do the borrowing for 2011, so it's putting it on.
Okay.
Mr. Logan?
Your Worship, further to what Mr. Sawyer said, what we did was in 2010 we had a projected spend, and in 2011 we have projected spend. The spend was lower in 10 than anticipated, but it's going to be higher than 11 than we had previously budgeted. So we do have to increase the amount of financing for 2011.
No.
The overall cost should be down because we borrowed less than we thought we would in 2010.
Is this because we're ahead of schedule? Is this because, I mean, I'm not really sure.
We haven't been billed by the contractor. Our schedule has been intact to date, but our cash flow is based on how fast we get billed by the contractor, and the contractor has actually lagged a little bit in their billings to us, to be honest. So it's actually saving us money. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. I have a question, Mr. Sawyer. We're taking the total amount of the bridge financing on the West LRT project to $328 million. What's the actual financing cost going up to? So how much will we be paying in interest over the life of this project? Do you know?
Your Worship, the total MSI bridge financing costs that we're expecting in the program is the 7%. So that's about, I think, about $230 million. Now, you know, there's a whole range of projects, and so I'm not sure I can attribute exactly how much is to the West LRT. We're borrowing.
I see it's all
associated
all
with an overall program of $3.3 billion over 10 years.
Probably a good guesstimate, though. I'm just trying to get some context here for the lengthening of the MSI project. So that's where I'm going with this. Would you say about $100 million on finance charge for the West LRT?
Go ahead.
Your Worship, my recollection of the budgeted amount was it was in the order of $100 to $110 million, and I know we've been borrowing less money than that.
We have been.
Yeah,
Okay.
so we should be underneath that number.
Great, thank you. Alderman Putmans?
Thank you, Worship. I'm wondering, could I, since we've started to dig deep on LRT and there's been fragmented information, could I just ask a question, perhaps? Would you be able to give us a picture from the top of West LRT, the total capital cost, money, to just in round numbers without having to do any big research? Would that be putting you on the spot? But total budget, cost to date, just I think we need some context for all the numbers now that we've opened this and gotten into some detail.
If you want to answer the headline on that, Mr. Logan, you're welcome to do so.
That's all I'm asking
and
for.
I'm going to suggest that that would be an outstanding administrative inquiry for you to make.
But actually, I'd be happy with the headline if that's freely available. If not, I don't want to put you on the spot, Mr. Logan.
Your Worship?
Mr. Logan?
We had actually produced a memo for council a few months ago that I could go back and source. And what that outlined was the various components of the cost. And there was the contract with SLG Partners, which is building the elevated guideway that everybody sees, and all the utility relocates. And that was in the order of about $700 million.
700.
Yeah, there was a series of land purchases to facilitate the alignment, which were, I think, about $150 million, give or take. There was finance charges. There was the cost of purchasing the new LRVs. I think the whole number rolled up was about $1.2 billion plus some other charges. I'd have to go back and grab that number, that memo. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. Now, since we have started that project, as we just discussed, the finance charges have been lower. We've absorbed some of the contingency that's been allowed, but that was within the total budget number that council approved. So to date, we have not exceeded the budgeted numbers.
also, to date, is it free to say at this point, we're still on budget to
Yes.
date? Thank you. I think,
Contingencies, we've absorbed some, but we're still within budget.
was that memo since the election, do you recall, or was that
I
pre-election?
thought it was, but I'll go back and I know.
No, I
I
think not. Perhaps could I, personally, I'm sure maybe other members would like it as well, if we could recirculate that one.
Absolutely. I know that you get a tremendous amount of correspondence, so.
And so little of it generated by your department, so perhaps it's your turn to...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Alrighty, anything else on this? So second reading of the bylaw then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Authorization for third reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Third reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed and carried. 7B 2011, I'll take a motion to table this one until we return from the in-camera session, as it relies on one of those items. Thanks, Alderman Keating. Second, Alderman Hodges. Thank you. Are we agreed? Any opposed? All right. So we'll bring that one back after we come back from in-camera. 31M, I think, is the next one. 31M 2011. Oops. Flip. Jeez. There it is. Attainable Homes Calgary Corporation. Alderman Pincott, you're moving it. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Lowe. All right. Any discussion on this one? Alderman Hodges?
Yes, thanks, Your Worship.
Oh, sorry. You can't. First reading. And it's first reading only today.
Oh, well, I'll just send my question off to Mr. Stevens.
Perfect. So first reading of this one then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Okay. We had a couple of urgent business items then that come next. CPS 2011-19, which is the 2011 FCSS Calgary reviews. Alderman Marr, are you moving this? Do you want to talk?
Yeah.
But Alderman Pincott will second.
Thank you.
Don't want to introduce it? Alderman Stevenson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, an amendment was made to Direct Administration Number 7 to provide a report on the impacts of increasing the city's contribution for the next 3-year budget cycle to 30%. I'm opposed to that, and I would like to have you call that separate, if you would, Your Worship.
Certainly.
I disagree with us going into this extra part for which is the provincial responsibility. They have a responsibility to actually to contribute 80% to our 20%, but we've increased it, and we've been giving 25% to their 75%. And now we're going to look at doing 30% to their 70%. And I strongly disagree with that. I believe that we should continue our advocacy to try and get them to increase, to bring them back to where they have a responsibility to carry their share. And so as a result, I'll be voting against that, and I encourage my council not to pass that part. Thank you.
Thank you. I will call number 7 separately from the rest then. Alderman Hodges.
Yeah. This meeting I was not actually at, nor did I get a chance to check it on the closed circuit. So through the chair, Dr. Hargesheimer, there are a number of items being rescinded in number 6. Does that mean they simply went into another section of the FCSS rules, or did some of them disappear altogether, such as the multi-year funding bullet, the FCSS Stabilization Fund, funding services for family with special needs children? Why the careful listing of all this?
Well, Your Worship, this was the discussion at committee where over the years we have gotten these 12 FCSS policies just as things changed in the FCSS program. And when we regularly review the policies that we have, we found that many of them were in fact redundant, such as the establishment of FCSS priorities, which is now done through Council, through the establishment of your priorities. We also have other things in here such as the nomination of our representative, appointment to the FCSS Association of Alberta, for example, which is now in your organizational day. And so many of these things are either redundant or they have been incorporated into the policy, the consolidated policy, or the other thing is that we've moved them into our agreements that we ask our agencies to sign. So all of these things have been covered off or are redundant.
Sure. Well, for a couple of them, I'll follow up with you later on them, because essentially, even if there isn't a formal title of a policy called agency grievance procedure, essentially you have this appeal procedure, which I think was what March 14th was all about.
Yes, and in fact, if you take a look at the council policy that we have, it actually speaks directly to the reconsideration subcommittee on page 4 of 7. So it's actually now addressed in this new policy. So you're quite right. Our appeals process has changed. It's become very much more rigorous, and it is reflected as it stands today in the new policy.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much, Alderman Hodges. Alderman Pincott?
Well, thank you. I do have to say that this annual meeting of as the FCSS board, to hear from our partner agencies, the 78 agencies that we work with through FCSS, is probably one of the more inspiring meetings that we can have as a council. To hear the work that these agencies are doing, to hear the difference that they're making in people's lives every single day is ultimately, for me, is why we're here. I support every single one of these of the recommendations that are before us, including number 7. I won't speak at it at length because it was Alderman Farrell who moved that recommendation, and thank you very much for doing that. I think that was important to do that. I just want to put a little context around it. When we match to 25% currently. The provincial average for municipalities across the province for matching is at 26%. So we are below the average. And Edmonton Evergreen, so that area, the city of Edmonton and the area surrounding, matches to the tune of 35%. So we are certainly below, considerably below the capital region. We are below the average for the entire province. That means that Ponoka is giving more than we are when it comes to matching. To put that in context, though, and when you take a look at how this money gets leveraged, the increase, and I want to thank Mr. Branch for his incredibly fast math on the day, the increase that we're talking about is $1.2 million. That's what we're talking about by an increase from 25 to 30%. This is $1.2 million that will get leveraged up with our organizations to something like $10 million. This will make a huge difference. And on that, I just want to say, I encourage all of you to support this, to support the FCSS, to do the work that I know Alderman Stevenson has been doing over the last few years of visiting MLAs. But also let's support them by increasing it to from 25 to 30%. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Pincott. Alderman Chabot?
Yeah. Well, I like Alderman Stevenson, who have been lobbying the provincial government to increase their level of funding on this, will not be supporting recommendation number 7, although this is not the final say on this particular issue, although I find the wording somewhat deficient in that I don't see where the report back. It says direct administration to provide a report on the impacts of increasing the city's contribution to the next 3-year budget cycle to 30%. And where is this report going to be brought back to? It doesn't say budget.
Yes, Your Worship. So we were considering bringing it back as part of the omnibus report that you would be seeing when you set your 3-year budget and business plan, when you're going to be approving that in November. So this will be one of the attachments for you to consider. There will be many requests for additional funding or changes to the current funding that the city provides, and so this would be one of those.
Okay. All right. Well, there's been some interesting discussion around the table about how we may not be contributing as much as other municipalities. There are some municipalities that aren't contributing anything. They're not offering any FCSS programs, which was not mentioned. FCSS is a provincially regulated or provincially transferred obligation onto the municipalities without the full funding. They've mandated that we contribute 20% of it. If we did not have these programs, we wouldn't be obligated legislatively to provide these services. It's not a municipal responsibility. It's a provincial responsibility of which they've given us some authority without all of the financing. So us taking on 25% as opposed to the 20% of which we're mandated to contribute through legislation is because of our commitment and our belief in the services that are being provided. Nobody's arguing that they're doing tremendous work out there, but to take on more responsibility of a provincial obligation, it's that slippery slope thing. The more we take on, the greater the expectation there is out of us as a municipality to continue to fund these programs of which we are not legislatively obligated to provide. So I'll continue to support the 25%, continue to lobby members of the provincial government to increase their level of funding. I will not support an increase in our percentage to this program.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Lowe?
Well, thank you, Your Worship. Alderman Hodges actually asked my first question. The couple of things, though, I think, with respect to what Alderman Chabot just said. Dr. Hargensheimer, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is actually an agreement that we have with the province with respect to FCSS. It's an agreement we entered into, an 80-20% split. Is that rather than something legislated by the province?
Yes, we actually do have to sign an agreement, and we have to provide audited statements on what we do with the money.
Yeah.
However, I don't know the answer to what the question, does anyone opt out? Because in our case, we would be leaving $21 million on the table because our contribution to this program is $7 million of the $28 million.
No, and thank you for that. That was going to be my next question. I guess, but if I understand it correctly, the current agreement specifies 80-20. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct, and it's also in the FCSS legislation, the regulation.
And you see, Your Worship, this is the difficulty I have with this. Is not. I understand how we've got. First year I was on council, I believe it was 21.3%, and I remember being quite grumpy about that and being promised that it would be brought back to the 20%, and here we are looking at 30%. The issue I have is the nature of the agreement and the scope of work that this program is designed to be undertaken. And I can't help but wonder if the fundamental issue isn't that we should be looking at the base agreement and what's embodied underneath it. That's the difficulty I have. And Dr. Hargensheimer, I sense you want to stand up and say, yes, I'd like to speak to you, Council, about what's in the agreement and what's growing, and is it time to approach the government of Alberta and sit down and have a hard look at this program?
Well, this program has been, I would say, exceptionally successful for a partnership program with the province. And it could be argued that this is a provincial responsibility, but in fact, what we gain from this is provincial funding and local autonomy to do what we see as the most critical needs in our own community. So that's one thing. I think that the regulation actually specifies a minimum requirement. One must match to 20% if you wish to get the 80% from the province. But it's left again up to the individual communities to determine if they would like to support these kind of services in their communities at a higher rate. And that would be enshrined in our council policy. That's what we're proposing here.
So what I think I hear you saying, it's not so much the FCSS program provincially, but what we should be examining is our council policy to see if, in fact, it is representative of today's needs and we're getting the proper value out of it.
Well, the council policy is attachment 5 here in the report, and basically what we're suggesting is that council direct that the 25%, which has become, as you say, council direction over the years, and we keep referring back to the origin of that from a council approval of a report, but it's not in our council policy. It's been practice for at least 8 years.
Yes, and that's my memory of it. It's been practice since I've been in council as opposed to policy.
Right.
So then, Dr. Hargesheimer, would you view number 7 as an opportunity to review that policy? Would that be the outcome of number 7?
Well, Your Worship, we would be bringing the policy, if approved today, would basically say that the City of Calgary, it's on page 3 of 7, policy, the City of Calgary contributes a minimum of 25%. And if council during their deliberations chooses to change that as a result of your budget deliberations and the priorities that you're faced with then this policy would be amended.
So we would have an opportunity in November to review the policy basis for this contribution?
Well, I think you would be weighing the positive outcomes and the value of this program against the value of many other needs in the community. And then if you choose to either remain at 25% or go up to 30%, you would be weighing that against the other priorities that you will be asked to fund.
I think we got to the same answer. We just got there by different routes.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Alderman Lowe. Alderman Keating?
Thank you, Your Worship. I did vote against number 7 as well. On the belief that let me go back, I guess. I believe that this is an exceptional program and we should be funding it no matter what the province does. But I also believe that we can also mix up and muddy the waters again because we're talking about a budget. Therefore, I would much sooner this go back to where we get into budget deliberations rather than at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for that reminder. It's a while since I've done that. I believe that's exactly where this item 7 is destined, is to come right back to the budget where it will be debated at that time. My understanding is that this is to look at the impact, and that would be the impact overall. This program is, as has been said, very successful. But I think we also have to look at it's all of us that benefit from these programs. It's money that's spent in Calgary, and it benefits all of the people, including those that don't actually directly use the services. We all benefit from crime prevention. We all benefit from the agencies and the recreation that's provided through these programs, the after-school care. And I'm sorry? Were you... sorry. Anyway, my point is that there's a direct economic benefit when we have these services in the city. And I think in looking at the impact and understanding what those economic benefits is really important. And that's all number 7 is asking, is that we examine this and see where the cost benefit is for the city and the people of Calgary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman MacLeod. Alderman Farrell?
Thank you. Well, Alderman Keating identified something that I think needs perhaps some clarity. It's certainly my intention to bring a report back at budget, so I'm going to make an amendment to make that very clear. So I'm going to amend it to direct administration to provide a report during budget deliberations on the impacts of increasing the city's contribution. so that it's very clear that's what I'm asking for. I'm not suggesting that we increase it to 30% today, but based on what we've been hearing and the needs of these organizations and the incredible work that they do, and frankly the money that they save Calgarians, because prevention is always more cost effective than exploring the impacts of what that would mean to Calgary at budget is something that I think we should do. So 3 words: during budget deliberations, after the word report.
Do I have a seconder for that?
I'll second that.
Thanks, Alderman McLeod. All right. I don't think there's going to be much debate about this one. On this one, are we agreed? Any opposed? All right. Motion is now amended.
Okay, thank you. So to debate the item number 7 with that clarification, the city provides leadership around these areas all the time. When we decided to fund the drug court, it was argued at the time that this wasn't the city's responsibility, it was a provincial responsibility or federal, and that we shouldn't be getting into it. But with our leadership, we started a program that was very successful, and now the province is compelled to fund it. There are a number of things that the city starts, and it's the 10-year plan to end homelessness is another perfect example. The city took on a responsibility that in no way falls under the municipal responsibility, but because of our leadership, we now have the province buying in, and they now have a provincial 10-year plan to end homelessness. So I think looking at this is something that we should do. We heard great need. We heard a great need from these organizations. They're brilliant. And with this new process that we have around funding FCSS, I think we've streamlined the process, and the impacts on and benefits to the community have been enhanced. So I do hope we can explore this, and in no way are we making a decision today to spend the money.
Thanks, Alderman Farrell. Anyone else before I call on Alderman Marr to close? Alderman Marr to close.
Thank you, Your Worship. This was a very, very interesting discussion and day. As Alderman Pincott was suggesting, these are organizations that are really out there contributing to the overall social fabric of the city of Calgary. When we look at every single dollar that we have invested in these organizations has a downstream impact for us between $6 and $13 in a return on social investment. It makes too much sense not to support it. So I'm glad that we had this debate. I'm glad that this has now been amended to be able to reflect what will happen in our overall budget. And I urge you to support it because it is a very, very meaningful and strong organization or system of organizations for us. And that's close. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Marr. So we're going to do 1 through 6 together and 7 separately. So on recommendations 1 through 6, are we agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? Carried. On number 7, then, as amended, are we agreed? Any opposed? Call the roll, please.
Alderman Stevenson. No. Alderman Carra.
Yes.
Alderman Chabot.
No.
Alderman Demong. No. Alderman Farrell.
Yes.
Alderman Hodges.
Yes.
Alderman Jones.
Yes.
Alderman Keating.
Yes.
Alderman Lowe.
Yes.
Alderman McLeod.
Yes.
Alderman Marr.
Yes.
Alderman Pincott.
Yes.
Alderman Pootmans.
Yes.
Mayor Nenshi.
No.
Carried.
Thank you. That takes us to LPT 2011-28, timeline and scope for light rail vehicle fleet plan report. Alderman Keating, are you moving it?
Thank you, Your Worship. This is, again, following up the discussion of where we're looking at alternative ways and seeing if there are possibilities for savings and continuing down the line of looking at what we do rather than just going out and buying the, I guess if we put it in quotes, the shiny new toy and continuing. Whether or not this is what we should be doing, we're not sure, but we need to look at it. The amendments here basically ask for a more robust in-depth study of the LRVs. And we did look at this, and we talked to GM McLogan and tried to put it in such a way that it doesn't pin it down to anything, but opens the doors for a wider gamut. And I would hope that you would support this. Thank you.
Excuse me. Do I have a seconder? Oh, thanks, Alderman Demong. Alderman Chabot.
Yeah, no, we, in committee, we were actually going to end, but I managed to keep quorum long enough to be able to debate this item, and I'm happy to see it. The reason that it was brought forward as urgent business has to do with the timelines associated with some of the Green Trip Fund applications, if I'm not mistaken. Without having all the specifics of the report here, I only have the attachment, not the full report, but
I believe that is correct, Alderman.
2011 May, I think, is when we have to report back. Yeah, I think it's even contained within here. So hopefully Council can support this motion. Committee had some discussion about it. There's a number of different companies that can provide some refurbishment as well, some of which I've had a chance to at least bounce one company off of Mr. Logan here today. I do have specifics on that particular company that I will gladly provide to him that certainly could provide enhanced level of service without incurring some huge capital costs associated with purchasing new vehicles, although it may not apply for Green Trip funding, but it can maybe leave some of our money more so towards acquisition of lands for the provision of the southeast leg and still provide the opportunity for four-car systems throughout. So hopefully you can support this.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Lowe.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I guess my question is, and has been partly referred to by Alderman Chabot here and yourself, I think, with respect to the sort of the sense I had was Green Trip funding may not apply to refurbishment as opposed to purchase of new. And what I'm wondering if in item C, the comparison of the long-term cost would be sort of, if you will, two columns. If we refurbish and buy new, we end up with X number of cars. If we just buy new, we end up with Y number of cars. Is that the sort of thing that I can expect to see? It seems to me there's a balance there if, in fact, refurbishment is not eligible for Green Trip.
Mr. Logan?
Thank you, Your Worship. That's an excellent question, and yes, that is a factor that in our recommendations to Council we will highlight that we've outlined three different approaches, and what would be the financing packages that will go with those different approaches will be part of that report.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Lowe. Anyone else? Did you want to close, Alderman Keating?
Close.
Thank you. On the recommendations, then, are we agreed?
Agreed.
Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. I believe that takes us to the in-camera portion of the agenda. So I will take a motion to move in-camera into the corporate boardroom. Thank you. Alderman Hodges, do I have a seconder?
Agreed.
Thanks, Alderman McLeod. Are we agreed? Okay, we're off to the corporate boardroom. Alderman Hodges.
Move that we rise and report, Your Worship.
A seconder, Alderman Jones. Thank you. Are we agreed? Agreed. Very well. Alderman Pincott.
Thank you. A motion to suspend the procedural bylaw till the completion of today's agenda.
You got that, Madam Clerk? Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Stevenson. Are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. All right. Here we go. Alderman Hodges.
Yes, Your Worship, two land committee items that Council has in their agenda is Land and Asset Committee 2011-14, Proposed Method of Disposition, Sale of Land and Borrowing Bylaw, East Shepherd Industrial, Ward 12. File, well, it's all before you. Two recommendations that the Land and Asset Strategy Committee recommendations contained in the report LAS 2011-14 be adopted, and direct that the report, attachments, and recommendations remain confidential following the in-camera discussion pursuant to sections 23(1) sub B, 24(1)A, 24(1)G, and 25(1)B of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act until all lot sales in Dufferin North have closed.
Ow. I think you did that all in one breath. Alderman Chabot is seconding it. On this one, are we agreed?
Agreed.
Any opposed? Carried. Alderman Hodges?
And the second land item is a proposed method of disposition, East Shepherd Industrial, Ward 12, file number East Lake Industrial Centre, 102nd Avenue Southeast. Two recommendations, Your Worship. That the administration recommendations contained in report LAS 2011-13 be approved, and that the recommendations report and attachments remain confidential following the in-camera discussion pursuant to sections 23(1)B, 24(1)A, 24(1)G, and 25(1)B of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act until the remaining lot sales in East Lake Industrial Park have closed.
Seconded by Alderman Chabot. Are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Alderman Carra. Oh, you want to do it right now? Okay, so let's just, sorry, Alderman Carra. So now that we've done that one, we can go back to bylaw 7B 2011. So are you moving that, Alderman Hodges?
That's for financing.
And Alderman Chabot, you're seconding. So this is first reading, so there's no debate. So first reading of that bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Alderman Carra.
Thank you, Your Worship. This regards LAS 2011-15. The motion is that report LAS 2011-15 be referred to administration to prepare a report for the June 14 meeting of LAS that explores the financial ramifications and feasibility of the Move Forward strategy. And number two, that we direct that the recommendations, report, and attachment remain confidential following the in-camera discussion pursuant to sections 23(1)B, 24(1)A, 24(1)G, and 25(1)B of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act until such time that the go-forward plan has been completed.
Thanks, Alderman Carra. Do you have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Stevenson. Any discussion on this one? Okay, on the recommendation then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Opposed. Alderman Chabot is opposed. Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Chabot.
Thank you, Your Worship. Couple of motions, both gas, power, and telecommunications. First one is N 2011-06, appointment Provincial Utilities Consumer Advocate Governance Board. The Council reappoint Mr. Paul Dawson as the City of Calgary's representative to the UCA Governance Board, and that the attachments and verbal discussion with respect to report N 2011-06 remain confidential under section 17(1) and 19 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Keating. All right, any discussion on this one? All right, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Alderman Chabot.
Thank you, Your Worship. On GP 2011-09, electrical transmission update, that the Gas, Power, and Telecommunications Committee recommendations contained in report GP 2011-09 be approved, and that the recommendations in report remain confidential under sections 24(1)A, 24(1)G, and 25(1)C(2) of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Do we have a seconder?
Second, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Hodges. Are we agreed?
Agreed.
Any opposed? Carried. Alderman McLeod.
I'd like to make a motion with respect to the Parking Authority to accept the resignation of Tyler Shandro effective immediately, and that he be thanked for his service. I'd like to table the appointment, replacement appointment to the first meeting in May.
Thanks, and Alderman Hodges is seconding. On that one, are we agreed?
Agreed.
Any opposed? Carried. All right. Alderman McLeod, you have one more?
I do. I'd like to make a motion that the verbal reports on the personnel issues be received for information, and that the discussion be kept in camera under the Freedom of Information Privacy Protection Act.
Thanks. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Stevenson. On that one, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Alderman Hodges.
Move the waiving of...
No, not yet, not yet, not yet. We got one more first, fluoride.
Not yet. Oh, that's right.
All right, so... Yeah, well, we'll get there. That comes after waiving the readings. Okay, so going back then to our tabled report, 6.1.2 on your agenda, that's C 2011-27, a bylaw repealing the water fluoridation bylaw. We're going to do first and second readings of the bylaw today. Do we have? First and second. That's what I said. Yeah, no. So first reading, are you moving it, Alderman Farrell? Do I have a seconder? Alderman Chabot. So first reading the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Lowe and me are opposed. Second reading of the bylaw, any discussion? Second reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Lowe and me are opposed. Alderman Lowe and I are opposed. I apologize. Thank you. I got it now. Had to think about that for a moment. Not quite yet. Are you going to waive the reading of the administrative inquiries there? Oh, there are none. That was easy peasy. Can I have a motion to excuse Alderman Collier-Urquhart, please? Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Keating. Are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. I feel like we should hang out for a bit. Alderman Hodges.
Move we adjourn, Your Worship.
Alderman Jones is seconding it. Are we agreed? Thank you, guys. Good day.